So, I have to adjust the game audio a little bit because apparently, uh, Spike Chunsoft is, I guess, targeting stuff with the music, basically. So that sucks. I don't know how far I should turn it down. But I'm gonna need to turn down the audio for the music anyway. Sound effects and voices should be fine in theory. But apparently, people have been getting hit a lot, so that sucks. I did turn it down already a little bit. I set it to 2 bars where it was like at 8 before. It probably doesn't need to be muted, but I want it to be like good enough where I won't get in trouble. So it probably needs very barely audible, which really sucks because music's great, but sometimes people don't like to share. I should be able to just listen to the music without trouble, but nope. Let's do 3, cause yeah, it's at 6 before. So let's cut it by half. That should be fine, I think, in theory. We'll see. Let's see how that goes. How do you sound? Three should be good. 3 should be good. I think 3 is fine. Okay, so last time our dear Byakuya got moided. He was left under the table. I don't remember what they said his condition was. But he is under the table, face down, 11:30, stabbed over 10 times between the throat and abdominal region. Which is not how I thought he would go out, to be honest. I don't know how I thought he'd go out, but I didn't think it was going to be, as a fat dude with a bunch of stab wounds. Okay, so I don't think I've done anything yet. So let's start with you. I must investigate my classmate's body. Yes, I'm the one who has medical knowledge. That's why I need to do it. To do it somehow. Before you start, why don't you calm down a bit? Right, I need to calm down first. Today we are doing the investigation and the class trial, by the way, so this might be a little longer. Thankfully, it's 6. I'm careless enough as is. That's pretty obvious from how you fell earlier. Twice. I am terribly sorry about that, for showing you something so unsightly. You made me remember it again. Starting off strong. Hope people pop in right now. God. I made such a fool of myself in front of everyone. Forget making a fool of yourself. How in the world did you end up like that? I got startled by the blackout, slipped on the carpet, and once I was struggling to get back up. It's so embarrassing. Please erase it from your memory. Even if you ask me, I won't be able to forget it so easily. Sorry. I can't stand it. Good. Embarrassing pose. I'm not sure... Actually, yeah, I guess that might have something to do with something. I don't know how that will fit in, but it's interesting. For sure. Hey, Hajime, there's something I want to run by you. Before the blackout occurred, Byakuya was in the dining hall with the rest of us, right? If his dead body was discovered after the blackout, then don't you think he died during the blackout? Yeah, now that you mention it. Why was Byakuya's body under a table? Even if the killer tried to hide him, it's not like he would have stayed hidden forever. Isn't it confusing? You're absolutely right. It seems finding out what exactly happened during the blackout is key to solving the mystery. There's no way I'd know. It was so dark during the blackout I couldn't see a thing. Although if seeing was impossible, then there's a possibility someone might have heard something. You talking about her? Her? Who's her? Is it you? Mahiru, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Is that what you expected me to say? Because I feel terrible. One minute Byakuya is alive and well, and in an instant something awful suddenly happens. Of course I'm not fine. Not only that, but whoever killed him is one of us, right? That hasn't been determined yet. It's already been determined. You've already accepted it, haven't you? That we have to find out who the killer is. Find out which friend killed our friend. I don't like it either, but we won't survive if we don't go through with it. It's not just for yourself. We have to do it to protect all of us. If I had only acted calmer during the blackout, he might still be alive. This whole thing would have never happened. Stop blaming yourself. Nothing good will come of it.
Jeez.
Getting cheered up by a boy isn't like me at all. Why are you so sexist? What's wrong with you? I've already had to deal with a sexist person today. God. Hey Hajime, forget about what I just said, got it? That's fine, I got it. I won't dwell on it for now. I can't become a burden to everyone. There might be a clue that only I have access to. Photos. The ones I took just before the blackout, remember? Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture, say cheese! Want to see them? I have a digital camera, so I can show them to you right now. It's this photo. He has to poop. Hajime's having a great time. He's right next to the AC. And this one. Byakuya's over there. Huh. I took these two photos right before the blackout, but... Something wrong? I didn't realize it until just now, but right before the blackout, Byakuya was standing in a totally different place than where we found him. Wasn't his body under that table with the lamp on top of it? The one underneath the monitor. Prior to that, he was standing along the wall farthest away from that table. I'm here, I'm gonna be lurking while I make food. Oh, sweet! What kind of food? I want food. All of this looks delicious again. That's pretty far. There's something everyone's standing position before the blackout might be a huge clue. Can you approximate everybody's standing position from these photos? I was thinking the same thing. It'd be hard to understand from the photos alone, so it might be better for me to plot it out. Would that actually provide a clue? I don't know yet, but I feel like it could. Got it. Leave it to me. That's pretty much the only job I could do anyway. Thank you. Now that that's decided, you better work hard on your investigation too. How much longer are you planning to stand around?
Do you understand?
Do you understand what's going on? You gotta find out how he died. I know. It's good. She's all fired up now, but she's a totally different person now than when she was feeling down. Great. Answer my call. Your earring? Is this effort futile as well? Hey, are you still looking for the earring you dropped? It is not a mere earring. I forgot he dropped it. Long ago, in a faraway land, a beast known as that was feared by all, even by he who summoned it. This is certainly random. The hound tore its way through innumerable battlefields. His fangs glistened with blood, and his drenched blood-red fur would dry in the howling winds of loneliness. When I finally tamed that diabolic beast, I received an earring to commemorate that event. The hound earring. So that I may never forget the night I battled that fearsome Pomeranian. I wear that earring at all times. Is that really about a Pomeranian? I get that it's important to you, but for now we need to investigate. Where did it disappear to? Maybe it fell underneath the floor? Carpet didn't cover the whole floor. I'm guessing there's a trapdoor. I'm betting. It might have fallen through the gaps between the exposed floorboards. So that was that's what transpired. Such a clever little bauble. Gundam laughed uproariously as he walked toward the wall and pressed his head against the gaps in the floor. Peered beneath the floorboards. There it is. I have found it. Truly, that is the earring. Seems God exists for my benefit. Uh-huh. How do I recover it? I cannot fit my arm through this opening. Were I to use a tool, it would probably not reach either. Maybe you should just give up? Give up what? The world? Zawarudo? I meant give up the earring. Fool, have you not yet realized? The world will come to an end if the human race were to lose that earring. You humans are so satisfied with clothing yourselves in layers of false knowledge. But even with all those layers, you still will not survive the winter. Why am I being scolded? It was foolish for me to rely on you fools. Fine, I shall do something about it on my own. If you'll excuse me, I must go save the world. He wants that back by any means necessary. It's truly inspiring. Be nice if he actually helped. Gaps in the floorboard. Let's look at this. AC. All of you, why can't you act a little more grown up? What's that sound? Oh, that's what beeped. This AC is probably the only machine inside this room. The AC's remote control. Timer is set to 11:30. Why is the PM in front of the 11:30? Is that a Japanese thing? Do they put the PM and AM in front of the time? That's so weird. Mary, I need an answer. Okay. I'm pretty sure Byakuya's time of death was around the same time. If so, that means the sound before the blackout, it probably came from this. My flashes of inspiration aren't as bad as I thought. AC timer. I don't know if there's any point in checking the table again. First, I should investigate the top of the table, though the only thing on top of this table that really catches my eye is this lamp. Looks like an antique lamp, and it seems rather heavy. Cord was connected to the outlet, so it would have been useless during the blackout. Other than that, there's nothing else on the table that really stands out. Now's not the time for me to flinch. I gotta do it. I let out a shout as if to encourage myself and quickly looked beneath the table. Immediately, I noticed an unexplainable smell, like rusted iron hanging in the air. Enduring the stinging pain in the back of my eyes, I slowly shifted my gaze toward his body. He was the kind of guy who said a lot of hurtful things, but he tried his best to lead everyone. Why do you have to end up like this? The only thing I can do right now, for his sake, is to uncover the truth behind his death. Alright. We got the night vision goggles. It looks like binoculars, but why is there a pair of binoculars under the table? Those aren't binoculars. Those are probably night vision goggles. I've seen them at the supermarket on this island. They also stock self-defense kits, too. If that's the case, did the killer use these goggles to kill Byakuya during the blackout? Something stuck to the back of the table. Duct tape? There seems to be paint applied to the non-sticky side of the duct tape. In the dim light beneath the table, it seems to glow dully. Could this be glowing paint? Knife. Alright, let me check again. Real quick. A bloody knife, is this the weapon that killed Byakuya? Hold on. How did the killer bring this knife to the dining hall in the first place? I feel like that is probably a good enough spot to have the audio, but it's hard because I need it to be quiet, but I don't want it to be too quiet, like muted. Byakuya patted down everyone and thoroughly inspected every corner of this building. All the dangerous items were supposed to be placed in that case. It's possible they stole the knife from the case, or they hid it somewhere hard to find. There's one more thing about this knife that's strange. Some kind of paint that's been applied to the hilt. In the dim light beneath the table, it seems to glow dully. Glowing paint. Glowing paint. Oh, there are 2 more things. Bloodstain. The blood flowing from his body formed a huge pool under the table. It's a lot of blood. There's blood splattered everywhere. Even the inner side of the tablecloth is covered in blood. The blood might have splattered all over the place when he got stabbed, but there don't seem to be any drag marks leading from the blood pool. Huh. It's a little weird. Bodies collapsed face down under the table. As if he was in the middle of attempting something, it looks like he was... According to the file, he was repeatedly stabbed between the throat and abdomen region. Would one of us really do something so horrible? Okay, that's everything there. I've investigated everything under the table. Despite the fact that it's just me, I think I'm working pretty hard. Even if it's just a little. I'm sure we're getting close to the truth behind his death. The monitor probably won't have anything. I want to break it, but who knows what I would do. Or what would happen, rather. Dishes. Oh, hey! I shall whisper then. Check his butt for evidence. You never know. There could be evidence anywhere. You never know. There's a lot of tasty looking party dishes. In the end, nobody really ate that much. I can't imagine these are related to the incident. Oh, hey, Jesse, I wanna show you something real quick. This is what I use to start the stream. For this one, for Danganronpa. It's fun. I like it. I'm proud of it. Let's search this web browser. Why are the windows covered with does it have something to do with the renovation project? It doesn't have anything to do with death. Such a huge table, there's nothing much out of the ordinary. The case is definitely something. A lot of fancy looking dishes, in the end nobody really ate that much. I can't imagine these are related. This is the metal case Byakuya had with him. I believe he said it was made of Durlumin. The last time I saw it was closed, but there are a lot of odd things inside this case, like a nightstick and pepper spray. And a key? And gloves. He knows. I don't think he's ever even played it. A hard plastic case, but it's just the case inside is empty. Spoiler, almost everybody dies. I wonder what was inside. But the one thing that really catches my attention is this small key. It must be the key to the other case. Mary, you gotta answer that one question that I asked. Please. If the key to the case is right here, then it's unlikely that the murder weapon used to kill Byakuya was taken from that case. Which means the weapons inside aren't related to the murder. Even so, I still don't get it. Why did he have this case in the first place? Case packed with all the security equipment? Maybe he was being extra cautious just in case. That can't be right. That's way too overboard. Could he have known something was going to happen beforehand? Because of that, he went to all this trouble to be extra careful. And he still died. Die! Where else should I investigate? What's up? When we're finished with the investigation here, would you like to hear what everyone has to say together? If I go by myself, some people might not talk to me out of caution. We've been told that one of us is a killer. It can't be helped if everyone's on edge right now. Why me? You're easy to talk to, and I feel like you have a scent similar to mine. Scent? We both harbor special feelings towards Hope Peak Academy, isn't that right? Hold on. Fine, if we're going together, let's get on with it. There's no time for idle chit-chat.
Thanks.
I'm glad. It'll be a great help. Special feelings. What he said about us being similar, I don't think I agree.
No.
I guess for now we should search the inside of this old building and listen to what others have to say. Not just the dining hall, I think we should consider this whole building scene of crime. After all, the blackout that took place at the time would have happened throughout the entire building. Hi, Ibuki. Apparently a great man once said investigations should be done on foot. So that's why I'm also using my feet. I'm just walking around for no real reason. Ooze made noise, so I didn't hear you. Oh, in Japan, do they put the PM and AM before the time? Or was that just a weird thing for the AC air conditioning unit? If there's no reason, then there's no meaning. I just realized something. Could she by any chance know what happened during the blackout? I was just thinking the same thing. How'd you know? So you did hear us, even though Hajime and I were talking pretty softly just now. Not only do I have a perfect face, style, and personality, but I also have perfect ears. If your hearing's so good, maybe you heard what actually happened during the blackout. When it happened, you could hear everyone's voice throughout the hall, right? We couldn't tell, but you would have been able to make out who's who, right? Leave it to Ibuki. It'll be easy as fried rice with gravy. Ibuki, stop talking. That's gross. Don't. I'll hardly eat it for breakfast. Ew. Gross. Hold on. I need to do something real quick. Let me...
No!
There.
No!
That's what you get. You mean like it'll be easy as pie, except eating fried rice with gravy for breakfast is kind of heavy. Also disgusting. Any fried rice that isn't fried with gravy is so wrong. What kind of gravy are they talking about? Are they calling soy sauce gravy? Because you can call soy sauce gravy. You're wrong, but you can, I guess. She should make a metaphor with a more common type of fried rice, like egg fried rice or lettuce fried rice. Why would you put lettuce in there? What is wrong with you people? Usually it goes. What do you mean? Mary, please. Can you tell us what you heard? I'm gonna take a bite out of you. If you tell us, I'll let you bite Hajime later. What if she takes you seriously? First person who raised their voice was... It was Mahiru.
It's a blackout.
Next was Kazuichi, and then the next voice was mine.
Hey, I can't see anything.
It's pitch black. My future is pitch black.
What a nice remark I made. It's to the point and has its own unique charm. Just continue. Then there were more voices, one after the other.
Everyone, calm down. We gotta stay calm in a situation like this. Don't step on my feet.
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
Turn the damn lights on. I can't eat like this, you know.
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
Go. What are you doing? You're scaring me.
You're overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
That's pretty much it. Aren't I awesome? Praise me. Give me lots of praise. I heard you the first time. Seriously, don't get any closer. Nagano, say something to her. Did something happen? No, I was just thinking about what Byakuya said during the blackout. Why he say something like that? Rather, why was he able to say that? What's going on here, and this is... What do you mean? About that, why don't we discuss it after we investigate a little bit more? For now, I can't really say anything for certain. It's not like I really care.
Yep.
Don't you think Ibuki's account just now is an important clue that will lead us to the truth? Praise me, let me bite you. Gogo is afternoon. Gozen's PM. Gozen's AM. Gozen's AM, Gogo is PM. But on the air conditioning unit, it said PM 11:30, not 11:30 PM. So I was wondering... That was weird. Why are you really biting me? Oh, right. Okay, let's go over here. This is probably a clue. That has something to do with it. Someone appears to be inside. Since the unisex bathroom, I don't know who's actually in there. Someone in there? Knocked on the door and tried calling out to whoever was on the other side, but... There's no response. This is going nowhere. Guess we should give up for now and check on it later. Really, that's not a clue? Okay. Let's go to the office. usually how it goes in Japan. Ah, okay. Interessante.
Hajime.
The old building circuit breaker should be inside this office. It might be related to the blackout. It's better if we check out the breaker first. Timer here is set to 11:30. Timer in the hall was also set for that time. Can't be a coincidence, right? Okay. You mentioned AM or PM first and then the hour. Okay. Interesting. I never knew that. Oh, there's a breaker. That must be the old breaker. The blackout probably happened because of this. Doesn't look like someone did anything to it. Nothing else looks suspicious either. The breaker is pretty high up. Even if you use a stepladder, you won't reach it. Yeah, I totally agree. That's why it's so mysterious. During the blackout, I was panicking so bad I forgot about that, but you're right. Even with the stepladder, there's no way you'd be able to reach that circuit breaker. Someone must have reset the breaker after the blackout, but who? The news says it a lot.
Whoa!
It's here. You idiots had no idea what to do about the blackout, so I'm the one who reset the breaker.
By the way,
I'm not the one who tripped the breaker. The killer did that, of course. But how did someone as small as you reset the breaker? Firstly, my eyes work real good at night, so I have no trouble seeing in the dark. And if you want to know how I reached the breaker, my body stretches. I'm very elastic. You liar. I'm serious. Want to see? Want to see a version of Monokuma with this body all stretched out? It's gross. It's grotesque. No thanks. Just imagining it makes me kind of want to puke. Such a shame. He can stretch. Just... don't you think Monokuma's such a nice guy? In a popularity contest, he'd take first place. Okay, bye. The heck? So he's the one who reset it. In that case, I'm convinced there's no way we'd be able to reach that. How did the killer trip the breaker? If they didn't trip it or set it to be tripped. Yeah, that's a little weird. Alright. Here's the case here. Should contain all the dangerous items he collected. Maybe we should check inside just to be safe, but it's locked.
Yep.
Byakuya had the key to this particular case with him. I brought it with me, so there's no need to worry. Is it okay to take that key without permission? Who are you gonna ask? It's forbidden to tamper with the crime scene, but if we don't, we can't check inside the case, right? So I should open it. He doesn't feel any remorse.
See?
Forks, knives, iron skewers, and various tools are crammed inside. I don't even know how those skewers fit. A wrench? Oh, that's from Mr. Mechanic. It's not possible that the killer took anything from here, because the key to this case was inside the case he had with him. You're right about that. I also thought about that. Is this the desk the staff used for busy work? There's nothing in particular that catches my eye. And then there's just the monitor and the thing. Alright, let's talk to both of you. Isn't Peko the killer? Why do you think that? She wandered off somewhere, even though she was supposed to be in the office. When we were looking for him after the blackout, I went to the office right away, but when I got here, she was gone. I shouldn't say this too loud, or Miss Sonia will yell at me. Peko's probably the one who tripped the breaker and used the blackout to her advantage. Don't you think she looked kind of ruthless too, like an assassin, right? I did kind of think that was her main thing. It's not like you look any better. True. Poor Kazuichi. Alright. Now you. I can already tell, you doubt me, correct? I feel like that's too easy, it's not her. However, it does not surprise me. Unexpected blackout occurred, and during that time, Byakuya was killed. Breaker is in this office. Naturally, I look suspicious since I was supposed to be here. Supposed to be here? Does that mean you weren't in the office? But why? Weren't you supposed to guard the breaker and the case with all the weapons? Where'd you run off to on your own?
well,
Just tell us. Peko suddenly dropped to one knee and started groaning on the spot. What happened? I'm just not feeling too well. I apologize, but excuse me.
What the heck?
What?
Hey,
Appears the bathroom inside this old building is currently occupied, so... Oh. I recommend either the hotel lobby or your cottage. That's probably where she ran. Seems like it will be a tough path. Cold sweat dripping from her forehead, Peko wobbled out of the office. What happened to her? Kinda hard for me to say it myself. I already feel bad enough for Peko as it is. What does that mean? Is it cool she didn't, like, run away or something? If she ran away, she's obviously the killer. I'm almost positive. I guess we're done with the office, don't you think so? Is it period? Is it a period pain? That's kind of what I'm thinking. We should get going now. Because she wouldn't have been able to go into the locked bathroom. Yeah, she might be just having cramps. If that's the case, then fair. You have a good excuse. Hi, Sonia. There's something I want to ask you.
It is
Appears
strange, no?
that only the wall is a different color and material. Why is that?
perhaps.
It's probably a fire door? You've never seen one before? It's a door that shuts to keep fire from spreading by containing it. If that happens, you can run away. It's like a barrier. It's just like lining up plastic bottles around the house. What? It's only done to keep cats from getting in. What? How does that help? You know about keeping cats from getting inside, but you don't know about fire doors. I also don't. I don't know about either of them. Truly, I'm culturally ignorant. I am ashamed of myself. Okay. Oh, you know what? No, maybe I don't know about them. Leads to the kitchen. And then there's storage. What do you have to say? Makes me wonder. Okay, let's do storage first. And then I'll go to the kitchen. It's really dusty and dark. My hands were full cleaning the dining hall, so I couldn't even touch this room. Even has cobwebs, there's no way I could stay in here for a long time. There's a camera, there's irons. Looks like they were recently turned on, but why are there 3 irons on this ironing board? They were turned on. Just as I thought, your eyes don't miss a thing. When I was looking for Byakuya after the blackout, I also found these, but when I found them, all 3 of them were turned on. It'd be bad if another blackout happened, so I turned them off, but doesn't this feel kind of sinister? Yeah, those are a little weird. I'm no clue how those fit in to anything. There's an awful lot of boxes. We don't have time to go through each and every one. I guess I should leave them alone.
Yep.
What are you hiding, Nagano? There's a huge piece of cloth randomly shoved in here. A tablecloth? There's something on it. A blood stain.
Huh?
What the heck? Take a closer look. It's too dark. I can't really see that clearly. There's no mistaking it. This is clearly a blood stain. Which means it's connected to his murder, right?
Well,
If that cloth has a blood stain on it, then it's a possibility. It is a blood stain. Huh. How did they swap
Hajime.
tablecloths? How much longer are you going to stay in this dark place? You're just wasting your time. Let's move on and investigate other places already. What? What are you hiding? Stacks of clean cloths. It looks like they haven't been used yet. Nothing strange. Alright. So that's it in the storage room. Let's go to the kitchen. Oh, yeah, I also should probably chuck the pet man. Hold up. You're not dead yet, are you? Alright, cool. What do you guys say? Were you in the kitchen during the blackout? The blackout totally startled me. At first I thought I was just in the kitchen, but when I finally managed to get out, the hallway was pitch black too, and then I heard everybody's voices, so I fumbled along the wall and tried to feel my way to the dining hall. That place was black too. It was black everywhere. Couldn't you have used that kitchen stove as a light?
No.
That's impossible. This gas stove needs electricity to work, so it was directly affected by the blackout. What? Gas stove needs electric... No, the point of a gas stove is that it doesn't. What? I had a gas stove. It worked with blackouts. I guess it's not possible. Not possible. Since you work with fire in the kitchen, I figured you'd be able to use that as a light source or something, but I guess it's not that easy. I don't know about that. It might be a specific type of thing. He confiscated all of the dangerous items on the kitchen's equipment list. Just from reading it, it looks like the knife next to his body didn't come from the kitchen. Brought from outside. How'd the killer get past his body check? Strange, isn't it? I mean, he didn't even go easy on the girls when he was performing pat-downs. If that's the case, they probably brought the knife in advance and hid it somewhere. Surprising how much equipment this kitchen has. There are iron plates for barbecuing and even a portable stove for cooking hot pots. But this is all stuff that doesn't pertain to the murder, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I need to stop hunching over. Don't mind me. Alright. Kitchen equipment list. Dishes. A big piece of meat on the bone, too. Isn't it amazing? That meat is so big, even I was shocked. It's a dish fit for a tropical island. I'd never be able to get meat like this in Aoyama or Azabu. I'd never be able to get meat like this in my hometown, much less those. I get it, you don't have to repeat yourself, but it's so big. Where did you get it? I asked Nekomaru. Apparently he killed the cow at the ranch with his bare hands and brought it over. His bare hands? That's a little hard to believe, but it doesn't seem completely impossible either. Those hands of his, they look like they specialize in punching things. I wouldn't want to get punched by those hands. He's wild. He's totally right at home in a country setting. I'm so jealous. My hometown is near those, so wild country things like that, they slip my mind a lot. I guess this meat has gone to waste since this awfulness happened right when the party started. Only ones who ate any food were... hey, it tastes like chicken. Were Akane and Peko, who took some portions for herself. I won't say that. After I worked so hard to cook the world's most refined party dishes, only 2 people actually tasted them. It's not like I actually believe it, but if there really is a killer out there, I'll probably never be able to forgive that killer. He's scary when he's mad. Party dishes. Pretty much finished here.
You're right.
Okay. Nothing else in the kitchen. I guess I leave?
Yep.
It looks like you pretty much finished looking around the building. How about we check out Byakuya's cottage?
Yep.
Might be clues there, so I thought it'd be good to check it out just in case. I was scared I might encounter some danger if I went there by myself. I don't really mind going there together, but aren't you worried about the possibility that I might be that danger?
Hey.
You mean I'm not worried about you being the killer? Of course not. You're stupid. You wouldn't be able to pull this off. You're not the killer. I don't think you're the killer. In fact, I can't even imagine it. It's like instead of living with doubt in others, it's so much better to die believing in others. Don't talk like that. We're doing this so we can live, you know.
I see.
As I thought, you sure are strong. You're definitely the chosen one. Chosen by Hope's Peak.
All right.
Let's get going. To Byakuya's cottage. I don't know why, but every time we talk, I don't really know how I'm supposed to react. The moment I left, there was a strange scene unfolding before me. Oh, they're trying to get to the
Hey, what are
thingy.
you doing?
What am I doing, you say? Ha! Now that is truly a foolish question.
We're just checking to see if we can get under the floor from here.
Under the floor? Why?
Who said it was futile? Who decided it was impossible? How did you know I cannot recover
Nobody
my earring?
asked.
If it is possible to get under the floor, it'll change our understanding of the murder. So I thought it was important to check it.
I see.
Under the floor. I never considered thinking of it like that. Think
See?
about it.
Hey,
Carpet I laid didn't reach the table where we found his body, right? And the dining hall floor had huge gaps between the floorboards. Is it possible that the killer killed Byakuya by stabbing him from beneath the floor?
Yep.
That's what I thought, so I'm trying to see if we can get under it from here. Guess it's not possible to get under the floor from outside. The building is surrounded by firm fences, so there's no way to sneak under the floor from there.
but
Even so, I couldn't find a way to get under the floor from inside the building either. Think there's a possibility that there's a hidden hole somewhere? That's not possible. You sure? At any rate, it seems you can't get under the floor from outside the building. That's a relief. Because if you could get under the floor from the outside, there'd be only one logical suspect. Only person who didn't come to the party and doesn't have an alibi. I suspected him too. That's why I was checking to see if it's possible to get under the floor from the outside.
Well,
Not long after I began guarding the entrance, he came here.
huh?
What happened, Fuyuhiko?
huh?
What are you doing here all alone in a place like this? I'm standing guard, so Monokuma doesn't come inside. How diligent of you.
Hey,
Not coming to the party?
What are you
No,
saying?
not even paid me. Parties are stupid. They make me want to puke. I'm a Yakuza. You want to come to the party, right? Isn't that why you came here? Of course not. I was just going for a walk. Do I have to report to you every time I want to go for a walk?
That's
No, it's not like
wrong.
that, but leave me alone. And then he just left. So that happened, but why did he come here? Probably wants to be part of the group, but he can't be honest about it. Believes he's different from everyone else. That's why he is always alone.
Hey, hey.
He's like the main character of an RPG. Have you played those before? When did we start talking about video games? I've never played a game in my life. I'm Hajime. Even though we don't really know what he's thinking, I don't think we have any reason to doubt him.
I'm glad.
You keep saying you're glad, but we have no idea who the killer is. I guess for now we should stick to Gwen and head over to the cottage. As long as the probability is greater than 0, that will suffice.
I have not unleashed even half of my
Nobody
power
asked.
yet.
I will most assuredly reclaim the Hound Earring with my own 2 hands. He has no intention of investigating. He's just gonna do his own thing. Okay. Do I need to talk to you? Can you I tell you to leave me alone? That's not happening. Didn't you hear the announcement? Of course I did. Apparently Byakuya is the one who got killed. So what? Did you say? Do you think I'm the killer? Think whatever you want. I'm used to being mistrusted. I'm a Yakuza. That's not why I'm... Whatever, just tell me what you were doing while everyone else was at the party.
Huh?
My alibi. I don't have one. I was just chilling in my cottage all by myself during that time. The whole time. Because Chiaki said she saw you in front of the old building.
Shut up!
It's
Jeez.
true, I went for a little walk, and then just by chance I ended up passing by the old building. Were you really going for a walk? Don't tell me you were actually trying to join the party.
Don't fuck with me!
Why would I do that? It's a coincidence. Okay, got it. Fine. You absolute baby. Baby child man. Byakuya's right here. I was hoping he would knock.
Hey,
Guess we need to ask him for help? Monokuma.
Did you call me?
Nagado, when did you train Monokuma?
Hey,
I was wondering if you could do us a favor. There's something we want to investigate.
What's this?
Who are you talking to? That's just my after image. When I get serious, my after image is unleashed. I can even play soccer by myself as long as I have this cloning technique. Though it'd be boring to play alone. I don't have time for this. Just hurry up and open the cottage.
well,
This is for the class trial. It's something we really need. For the trial. If it's for the trial, there's no way I can refuse. Now then, there's only one spell that can open these doors. What does that mean? Hi, Fedonia. Welcome to the stream. I've never played Danganronpa 2 before. It's a good time. Byakuya is dead. It's not a good time for him.
The rest to you.
I've unlocked the door. Now you can investigate to your heart's content. Why is it open with a magic spell?
jeez.
Probably powered by electricity. At any rate, that performance was a waste of time. I guess we should go inside then.
You're right.
He sure is babyface. I like calling him Boss Baby. That's a good... I'm gonna try to stick to that. I can barely see the shower room. Also, I wanna make note of the music being quiet, because I have to turn it down a little bit because the music, I guess, is getting people in trouble for past Danganronpa videos, and I don't want to do that. So, as good as the music is, and I think it might need to be a little lower actually, but I'll try it here at 3 bars. But yeah, it's gotta be lowered, unfortunately, because who makes this? I keep wanting to say Nicholas. It's not Nicholas. Spike Chunsoft. They're not friendly. The shower room is beyond here. It's well organized and there's nothing suspicious about it. Nothing here really looks like a clue. There's a letter. There's an envelope on the table. It's a letter. Someone sent to Byakuya? There's no sender. That looks pretty suspicious.
Hajime.
You should check what's inside. That's illegal. You can't open other person's mail. Be careful. The first kill will happen tonight. Someone will definitely kill someone. Ooh.
This
Is this a crime warning? Who knew? Unless plus the killer was like baiting him. I haven't seen this game in years, so there's plenty of forgotten anyway. Fair enough. If it says be careful, it's probably a threatening letter. Regardless, who would send something like this? This is why Byakuya suddenly decided to throw a party. Because someone made this threat. He gathered everyone in one area and was extremely cautious about all the dangerous items. Yeah, that makes sense. He was trying to create a scenario in which everyone could monitor each other. Thought if he did that, nobody would be able to kill anyone. So he believed this letter.
But
He couldn't ignore the possibility of this happening, even if it was just a worst-case scenario.
hey,
Remember what he kept saying, how he wouldn't let anyone become a victim? He couldn't overlook that slim possibility just to keep his promise. Then why did he keep it a secret if he had just told us?
nope.
He probably couldn't. He probably thought that that was also a worst-case scenario. If everyone knew what was in the letter, whether it's a lie or not, everyone would have likely begun to doubt each other, and at that point, there'd be no turning back. So he tried to do something about this all by himself, without telling anyone.
Yep.
A strong sense of responsibility is the only explanation I can think of. Anyway, whoever sent this letter also killed him. Is that what you're saying? No, this could be a prank, and it might have nothing to do with his death at all. He suddenly became really quiet. He doesn't want to believe one of us could be a killer. But still, we've come all the way here, and it's the only thing I can think of. The person who wrote this letter murdered Byakuya. If that's the case, that person completely predicted how he would react once he received it, right? They planned to manipulate him and killed him right before our eyes in that old building. Who would do that?
Hey.
There's probably not much time left until the class trial starts. Which reminds me, you asked Maharu for a favor earlier. Wanted her to find out where everybody was standing just before the blackout. She's probably finished by now. You're coming with me, right? Sorry, that's all you. I need some time alone. I'd like some time to collect my thoughts.
Hey.
If you're going back to the old building, you should hear what Mikan has to say as well. I think the results of her autopsy should be ready by now. I have chronic yawning. Ignore me. He's pretty pale. I wonder if he's okay. Now's not the time for me to worry about Nagito. Oops. Hold on, what was the... Yeah. Better hurry over to the old building. Okay. Don't mind me with my giant water. I'm always sleepy. It sucks. I have both insomnia and narcolepsy. It's not a good time. Hey, bud. How's Monomi? Too cruel. This is just too cruel. Might as well ask her about the windows. Do you have a sec? I want to ask you something. I don't want to help you guys mistrust your friends. It's not like we're doing this because we want to. Now's not the time to fight about stuff like that. More importantly, do you know why the old building's windows are covered by iron plates?
Swish!
You fool!
Fine, are you happy? Got my giant water again. What'd you make for food? The insomnia is awful. I have a similarly giant water glass. I need a bigger one, I think. I covered them up so nobody makes the mistake of going inside since it's dangerous because of the renovation. So that's why you covered them. Because it's dangerous to go inside. Danger isn't supposed to exist on this island. This isn't how it was supposed to be. How long have you been up constantly? My record's 3 days. I would say my record's about the same, 3 days. But that was because I was playing Breath of the Wild nonstop. Like, I was focused. Why did it get like this? It's cruel, too cruel. Just because it's cruel doesn't mean you can just keep crying like that. Crying won't solve anything. We have to do this no matter what. Alright, bye, Monomi. Sami. Mister, she's so cute. She's adorable. I love her. I don't know if I fully trust her yet, but she's kind of selling it. What's happening? What's that loud voice just now? Was that Poop Man? Yeah, I think that was Poop Man. Because you weren't here before, need I? I'm a big Zelda fan. If you couldn't tell. I feel so lighthearted right now. I have been reborn. I have no intention of losing anymore. Losing to who? I won't lose to anyone, not even my past self. That sounds cool and all, but what are you even talking about? I love him. What? I don't know who was behind it, but someone tried to make a nah out of me. Some scoundrel was occupying the bathroom before the party was about to start. Now that you mention it, you said something like that shortly after the party started. Because Breath of the Wild is amazing, Mary. You don't just... I didn't sleep or eat for days because that game was just fantastic. And I'm gonna do it again for Breath of the Wild 2, probably. So... we'll see. If you think I'd be angered by something like that, you've all underestimated my nerves and patience. Do all and achieve all with one's presence of mind. That is the goal of a true leader. In other words, a leader must never falter in any situation, but always have the presence of one's mind. He says that, but I'm pretty sure he was shaken up by the whole ordeal. Best not to get into it. Ugly Sonic fan. I still need to watch that movie. When are we getting an ugly Sonic game? Please. So, you're saying the bathroom door was shut from before the party started to after blackout.
So what I mean
The bathroom
is...
was finally unoccupied after Byakuya's body was found. It's about how long that lasted. What he said sounds stupid and irrelevant, but I should remember just in case. Nekomaru's account. Okay. Why ugly? Ugly Sonic is the first creation of the first design for the Sonic movie of Sonic, and it's been given a proper name. It is now called Ugly Sonic, and I don't know. I guess I don't really want to. Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers movie. That's all I have to say. If you'd like, I can tell you a little bit of what I want to say. Find out anything? I tried, within reason, to perform an autopsy on the body. I discovered that there were several puncture wounds around his chest and abdominal region, yeah. Deep wounds, deep enough to reach his lungs and internal organs. It can be assumed that a very thin, sharp object around 5 millimeters in diameter was used to stab him over and over again, which is what I believe. Ugly doesn't have to do with video games? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Ugly Sonic has everything to do with... I mean, I guess he's more movie than video game, but... I don't know. I don't see the confusion. I'm confused. By your confusion. I'm sorry, talking about it made me sad. No need to push yourself. I mostly got the gist of what you wanted to say. 5 millimeters. Isn't that pretty thin? That's as thin as an ice pick or an awl? I don't know what an awl is. I'm sorry. What's an awl? Alright, you're next.
Hey,
Where did you wander off to? I wasn't wandering, I was investigating as much as I could. If you weren't slacking off, then I guess it's fine. Did you find anything? Sorta. You don't sound too sure.
Hey,
Take a look at this. Just as you told me, using 2 photos I took before the blackout, I tried to pinpoint where everyone was standing. When I did this, this diagram was the result. Peko? Maybe. Somebody's in the bathroom. Teru Teru? Maybe. Ooh. This is everyone standing positioned before the blackout. Everyone's pretty much in the dining hall. I made this diagram from analyzing those photos, so I'm pretty sure it's accurate. As I thought, Byakuya was standing a far distance from that table. There's no way he'd be able to move that far during the blackout. What's this line extending from the table where Byakuya was killed? It's the desk lamp. I drew the power cord for it just in case. If that cord is extending from the table where he was killed, that means...
hey.
Did you find something? It's not clear to me yet, but... I guess you're right. I didn't really understand it myself when I was drawing it. Check everyone's butt. Everyone's a suspect. Just... Everybody pants down! That Chip 'n Dale movie looks as awful as Sausage Party? Nah, it looks good. What are you talking about? It looks like it's taking a lot of inspiration from Roger Rabbit. I have a feeling that it's either a potential clue or just a waste of labor. I'm a little worried about it, but I feel like... Yeah. I feel like it's probably fine. It wasn't a waste at all.
Huh?
It's not clear to me yet, but there's no mistake that a clue is in here. An extremely important clue. Oh no! I found everything! Okay.
alrighty, guys. It's finally time. That's right. It's time for the long-awaited class
I wonder where it's gonna be
trial.
held.
shall tell you all the
Let's go.
meeting place. At the central island of Jabberwock Island, there is a mountain with my adorable
Oh.
face carved
Okay,
into
that's
it.
the new class trial room. Gotcha.
That, my friends, is Monokuma
Okay.
Rock. Once you're there, please proceed to the underground by taking the elevator located at the secret entrance. I'll see you soon.
Well, this isn't as easy as Leon, where it's just like smack dab right there. It's like Leon did it. Makoto, please, Leon did it. Makoto, those aren't numbers. Oh, I did a lot of walking. Hold on, I want to check my pet. I want to make sure you're not dead. Clean. Okay. Sausage Party is the only movie that made me almost walk out of the theater. I've never seen it. Yet. Also, it was the other way. If my body wasn't my ride home, I would have left. It was that bad, huh? I'm gonna watch it eventually, but I'm not exactly excited. Remember the script for Sausage Party leaked and a friend read it and I took psychic damage just from having small tidbits. Nice. You guys got me interested. Fedonia, since you're new here, you don't know, but I absolutely adore Garbage. I love Garbage. Sonic 06, fantastic game. Freaking The Bouncer, also really good. I'm gonna play this eventually. All three of them. And I'm going to love them. I can't wait. What the heck is that mountain? When did that get there? Never mind that. How did they make it 3D? How'd they make a mountain shaped like Monokuma? Story, that might be true after all. There might be an enormous organization involved in all this. What Byakuya said before, right? We still needed his knowledge. Still can't believe he's dead. Blip, 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 blip. It's weird, he says that. Rude!
Shut up.
What happened to Gundam and Fujihiko? Now that you mention it, it appears they aren't here yet. I know, they probably ran away.
No way!
Heck nah! There's no way I'd let them escape, you know. Look, I dragged this one back over here. I'm telling you, let me go. Hey now, if you keep acting violent, I might just eat you up. What were you doing all this time? I wasn't really doing anything. I was just chilling in my room when suddenly heard that he got killed. Who cares about that anyway? How can you say something so irresponsible? We've been doing our best to investigate this murder, even though we don't want to, just to survive. Oh boy, Garbage! No wonder you're playing Danganronpa. Got him. What's a good soundbite? Let's here. Let's do that.
Wait!
He loves Encanto. Weird. Wait. So are you admitting that is garbage? Is that what? Jesse. Man, you just caught yourself. I got it live on air. Mahiru, that's enough. You too, Fuyuhiko. I guess we're waiting for Gundam. I'm right here. Remember this well. Our main character arrives when he intends to. Seems you noticed it too. If I did, then I'm right.
Well now.
Alright, now that everyone's all together, let's take the secret entrance to the trial field. I didn't notice, but he probably got the earring back. Please wait a second. My Monomi. Monomi. Just what are you doing here? Nobody asked for you. Do you actually want to join in? Do you want to taste how powerless you are at the class trial? You're an even bigger masochist than I thought.
Special bleeding service.
What? I'm a big brother who dotes on his little sister. I shall allow your special participation. Interesting. I'll go on ahead and wait for you guys, so hurry over. Curious how she'll have anything to do. Danganronpa's great. He told us to come, but how do we get there? I don't see any doors or vehicles. He mentioned something about a secret entrance. Hold on, I need to talk to you real quick, Gundam. Yeah, you got it. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh. Just kind of a community joke. Something's shaking? This is dangerous. Everyone please get down. It just... Boop. Kind of burn on Encanto. Now my kid watches it multiple times a day. Oh. You poor thing. I'm so sorry. What's your least favorite song now? Could it be... Is he telling us to enter it? Such a suspicious aura. Even Crimson Steel Elephant Magazine is trembling with fear. That's so totally suspicious. Forgive me, seriously, just forgive me already. Why don't we just stop here? I mean, none of us is real anyway. Like, not even remotely. I don't really have a suspect. There's just no way we'll find the killer. Complaining won't get us anywhere. If you're really a man, then man up, for God's sake. We've come this far, we have no choice but to keep moving forward. There's nowhere for us to run. We need to do it. If that's everyone's decision, I'll just follow you guys. If this were a game, it'd have a very high difficulty level. Let's do our best to clear the game. Oh. Monomi's so sad. I hesitantly lifted my feet and stepped onto the escalator. I won't think anymore. If I think, I'll run away. All I could do was stare upward intensely as the escalator carried me. When each of us entered Monokuma Rock... It's the same elevator. All the character designs in this game are top tiers, expectedly. I love the designs here. They're even better than the first game, I'd say. First game was great, but... this entire rocket's an elevator. Once again, Monokuma's doing what he pleases. However, if he's gone this far and made something like this, I don't think he's playing around. Even so, we're going pretty deep. At least it's not Frozen. Frozen's bad. Like, Encanto is decent, it just doesn't really have any substance. Frozen's boring, but has a good ending. I like the ending to it, and that's about it. I soon realized it was the sound of my teeth. All I could do was purse my lips tightly so everyone else couldn't hear it. I have new beef now. Chris... What's happening? Chris thinks the Beauty and the Beast movie is the best Disney movie? The remake? How? What? Why? What? That... Wasn't it just... I don't even remember anything it did differently. Like... There we were listening to our unpleasant roars as the elevator plunged deeper and deeper into the earth. I don't know... Like, the Aladdin movie had differences between the original and the remake, and so did Dumbo. But, like, the Cinderella, the 500th Cinderella, and Beauty and Beast, those... And Lion King and Jungle Book, those are all the same exact thing. They're just, like, scene for scene the same. This is a nice room. This is a class trial field. How do you like it? It's a special place that will decide your fates.
Right
liking any of the remakes is a travesty. Have you seen Aladdin, though? It was really good. Will Smith did it justice, I'd say. Locking us in a place like this. You crazy? Don't mess with me. Complain all you like. I'm used to it by now. Come on, you're wasting time and energy. Hurry up and take your seats where your names are written. Everyone knows, even if we try to resist, it won't change a thing. As Monokuma ordered, we walked toward the seats we had been assigned. From this point on, we need to find out who killed Byakuya. I'm still mad they refused to call the Lion King remake animation. It's all CGI. Yeah, live action Lion King. It's not. Yeah, that bothered me too. We did watch Mulan together. Oh yeah, Mulan. Mulan wasn't great. That was the most different movie than the original, and it wasn't, I don't know. He was overly critical, arrogant, and condescending, but also he had a strong sense of responsibility. As we were panicking, he accepted his role as leader and tried his very best to keep us together. A guy like him got murdered. The person who did it is one of us. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I can't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. But if it's really true, we need to find out by any means possible, because that's our only option. There's no way for us to survive unless we sacrifice the killer. The panels are really good. This life-threatening trial ballooning with hope and despair has begun. I will save. Why, thank you for asking. Here's my hot take. I can change difficulty, finish prep. I don't have any skills yet. Alright. There's nothing to really do.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it.
Togami is better than Togami. Is that what they call Fat Togami? Because he's in part 2? Just to differentiate the two. I like that. Togami. Monomi. During the class trial, you will present your arguments. Oh wait, is he talking actually? Where is Monomi?
If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I will punish everyone
she's hanging up.
besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
Such a cruel rule.
Before we begin, I'd like to confirm one thing. Is there really a killer?
I need an Among Us sound clip because it's great. It's not funny, but it's also hilarious.
There's no doubt that the blackened is lurking among you. Such a sad state of affairs, isn't it? By the way,
Logos.
the class trial is gonna be 100% fair, so there's no need to worry.
Fair.
I'm the type who hates favoritism.
It'll be
and
fair.
prejudice. Well, not as much as I hate Monomi,
As fair as
of
when
course.
Makoto died.
You hate me that much?
Now,
What did I do to you?
You're telling us to begin, but what are we supposed to do?
No complaining. Let's just settle this with our fists.
Everybody punch. Super Smash Brothers.
Were you even listening to the rules?
Didn't that Byakuya bastard get killed in the dining hall? Huh? Then everyone there is a fucking
Who
suspect.
who voices Fuyiko? I feel like I recognize his voice.
Yeah. What you're really trying to say is that you're not the killer, right?
No shit. You guys went off on your own and started killing each other. This has nothing to do with me.
It's on the top of my head.
Huh? What does that mean?
Anyway, why don't we try talking about the most pressing issue on our minds? Huh. The most pressing issue on our minds? Where we found the body. It's very strange to find a body underneath
It
the
is.
table.
Especially across the room.
Let's start with that mystery.
I don't really have any idea what happened. I mean, trapdoors were involved somehow, but the blackout wasn't that long. He's a recognizable voice actor. The reason why Byakuya's body was discovered under the dining hall table. We can start with that, but ultimately we need to find out who murdered him. If we can't do that, no thinking about if is a waste of time. We have to do this, no matter what. Class trial is finally started. Provide simple tutorials. Please excuse my irritating rudeness. So, is this the same? All of your classmates will speak one after another on breaks. Lies or mistakes. Truth bullets to refute. True cylinder. Left stick to move. Pay close attention. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Derek Stephen Prince, he's Vexen. That'll do it. Gotcha. So Gap's knife and bloodstain.
Why was Byakuya's body in a place like that?
His body was underneath the table.
I don't really like how this is done, the start to finish. I like the boxes from the first one.
They probably moved the
Move the
body
body.
there.
So,
Huh? Why? Obviously by hiding the body. They tried to delay its discovery. Like a dog burying a bone.
Why was Byakuya's body in a place like...
His body was underneath at the very back of the...
After the killer murdered me, they probably moved the body there.
Huh?
it's never...
Obviously by hiding they tried to delay
It's not as chipmunky as before.
Why was Byakuya's body...
Bloodstain under the table, gaps in the floor. It should be
In a
gaps in the
place like
floorboard,
that.
I think. It seems kind of weird.
After the killer murdered, they probably moved the body
Yeah, okay. I guess it wasn't. But that's the only yellow one, so...
Why was Byakuya's body in a place like...
His body was under at the very back of the...
After the killer murdered Byakuya, they probably moved the body there.
There we go.
No, that's wrong!
I like that he gets to say that.
No, I don't think...
No,
the
that's
killer moved
wrong.
the body.
I hope the girl in 3 says the same exact thing. No, that's wrong. I don't think the killer moved the body.
Huh? Why?
Try to remember what the body looked like when we found it under the table.
Can't stand Komeda's English voice actor. The only way you can describe it is Surfer Dude. I think it's fine.
Though there was a lot of blood everywhere, there was no sign the killer actually dragged the body through.
Right. There was no trail.
So that's why you think it's impossible that the killer moved the body. I see. I get your point.
Mary doesn't like
Here I thought I had a genius idea.
English anything at all.
Too bad you're so stupid and boring and unpopular. Your life is
I love her
meaningless.
so much. I can't wait for her to kill someone.
Praise, you know.
But if the killer didn't move the body, why was it under the table?
Byakuya was probably killed under the table.
Megumi Ugata. My favorite Japanese voice actor. There's that.
What? You think he was killed under the
Is she in
table?
this as one of them?
So Byakuya snuck under the table for reasons unknown, and that's when he was killed. Then, shortly thereafter, we found his body under the table.
That does make sense, but why did he go under the table?
Obviously, he was hiding so he could surprise us. That dude was always a big
Akae?
jokester.
Are you talking about the same Togami?
The hell he was? You seriously couldn't tell what kind
Yeah,
of person
what?
it was?
Kazuichi knows.
Maybe he panicked during the blackout and dove under the table.
It's a blackout, not an earthquake. Just because the power went out doesn't mean he died.
Maybe he's
under
afraid of the
table.
dark. I guess it's
The
darker
reason
under
why
there, but...
is probably connected to what Byakuya was doing during the party, don't you think?
Reason he dove under the table. If it's connected to what Byakuya was doing during the party, then it's probably... the night vision goggles? I'm not a smart person. Let's do night vision. No, you're stupid. Okay, cool. The reason he dove. What would be the reason he dove? The embarrassing pose is definitely the reason. Pookie's account. That was just all the noise. Don't know about the irons. Don't know about that. Teru couldn't use the gas stove. Party dishes. Fire door. Oh, the murder threat? Nah. Well, I don't know. Sometimes they were weird in the first game, where, like, it shouldn't have been this, but it was actually this. It threw me for a loop multiple times.
Crap.
God. He was just standing, though. He was just standing, though. Why would he have dove under the table? Connected to what he was doing during the party. Embarrassing pose, Ibuki's account. Storage room tablecloth. I doubt it would have anything to do with the fire door. What was he doing? He was just, like, watching and standing. Why would he have dove under the table? Unless it was maybe the gaps. Let's try the gaps. Nope.
Crap.
Danganronpa and Ace Attorney can have strange loops. It wants you to jump through to reach your conclusion in case. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. I played Ace Attorney 1 and then Danganronpa 1, and both of them had, like, points where it's just like, what? This shouldn't be... Why do you want me to show this? Like, this is throwing me for a loop already, because I don't know what they're really asking. The AC timer... He wasn't near the AC. But... Oh, I can... That's pretty cool. Here, let's do the AC. Yeah, I didn't think it was.
Crap.
I'm just gonna kind of try everything by this point. It's not the embarrassing pose, not irons, not that, it's not that. Let's do the equipment list. Maybe he was double checking stuff. Nope.
Crap.
It's not as bad as some traditional point and click moon logic. Because sometimes that's wild too. I can imagine Mist doing that. I already did the murder thread, I think, right? What was Kazuichi's count? No. Trying to use the bathroom. Your account. That's about Fuyuhiko. I doubt it's about the fire door, because that's outside. I don't know what the irons are about. Oh, you know what? Maybe it is Ibuki's account. No? Okay. Because I figured she heard what he was saying. Oh, wait. Body under the table is face down as if he was reaching for something. Okay, so it's probably the file. No?
Crap.
Fine. I thought that made sense. I think I'm coming up with a lot of good ideas that make sense. Here. No, it has nothing to do with me. Sorry, Mikon. I just had to call you out. Irons. I did the... Well, I didn't do that. There's no sign. It wouldn't be the blood stain. It wouldn't be the knife. Gaps. They say... Racing post. Lumen. Buki. Here, party dishes. Man. This is gonna be a good time. Can't get past the first, thingy. Prompt. Terror's account. Party dishes. Fire door. I've done everything that makes sense. Except maybe the autopsy results? No. That just tells me it's 5mm. Alright, well, I guess now I can test if it works the same as the first game, where it just kind of lets me have an infinite number of tries because I'm normal.
I can prove it.
It's the knife. Why is it the knife? I wouldn't think it was the knife.
Something to do with the knife we found under
Why is it the knife? I wouldn't think it was the knife.
Knife? Oh, you mean that thing that obviously screams,
Yeah, it's the murder weapon. Why would he be doing anything with the murder weapon? I wasn't thinking that.
Byakuya probably noticed the knife
Okay.
was hidden there. So in order to get it, he moved
All right.
under the table.
You're thinking real big brain. Me small brain.
Sensitive to the presence of dangerous items, so I cannot deny that possibility. But how did he notice that there was a knife under the table?
I was just gonna go down the list, skipping over the ones I already did.
Beforehand, he probably would have done something about it
Why is it
before
the knife?
blackout, right?
Man,
Shut up!
I hate
Instead
this
of
game.
knowing about it beforehand, maybe he saw it right at that moment. Like, for example, he might have seen someone trying to take the knife out from under
Okay.
the table.
No, that's not possible.
What? You seem rather confident about that.
Of course. I have proof to back me up.
This is almost like a real trial.
Monokuma, shut up. During the previous statement, there was only one weak spot, but from this point on, there will be various, liar contradictions. Yep. I know that. Yep. I sure will fail, because I'm already, like, I'm already not doing great. Focus. Okay. He was trying so hard to protect everyone. He was. Poor Byakuya. Mr. Tugami.
I'm sure Byakuya ducked under the table
You weren't even there.
during the blackout.
That sounds correct.
Thank you, Sonia.
If that's the case... During the blackout, Mr. Hamham
Forgot you call him that.
must have seen someone take the knife.
Mr. Ham Hands.
Pitch black. It was so dark I couldn't see my
Are
food.
there only 2 prompts?
Byakuya couldn't see in the dark.
He had the
either.
night vision
I
goggles.
doubt he could have
Oops.
seen the killer.
I didn't mean to do that. I just lost the trophy of doing that, I think. I couldn't remember if it was L1 or R1.
Byakuya ducked under
Alright.
the table.
During the black... That sounds
He
correct.
had the
That's
night
during the
vision
blackout.
But
goggles.
it was super pitch black. It was so dark I couldn't see my food.
Byakuya couldn't see
Blam.
in the dark either.
No, that's wrong.
No! No!
No!
No, Byakuya was probably the only one who was able to see in the dark.
Why do you say that?
If he was using those night vision goggles we found under the table, he could have seen what was happening.
So, are you saying Byakuya was the one who used those night vision
Absolutely.
goggles?
They were in his case.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Your reasoning is out of focus.
You can't call me out. She can't do that.
No, that's obviously wrong.
What is this? What are you doing, Koizumi? Huh?
Seriously? The killer used those night vision goggles, not Byakuya.
What? Were you surprised by Mahiru's sudden argument? Yes. I absolutely was. Just between you and me, I was also surprised. Just kidding, I'm sorry. Now then, when this kind of argument surfaces, you will go into a one-on-one debate called Rebuttal Showdown. Is this going to be like the rhythm game? In this mode, you have to counter the other person's claim, draw out their weak spots, and argue against them. Please counter the other person's remarks with the left stick. Based on the shape of their remarks, it's important to know whether to cut vertically, sideways, or diagonally. Based on that, you can skew the debate's mood to your advantage. On the other hand, if you ignore the other person's remarks, it will skew toward their advantage. So I think... So this is 2's version of the rhythm game. Unless they also include the rhythm game later. Then, well, man. 3's just going to be a hodgepodge of everything. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, a number that shows the sharpness of your counter is displayed. Number of times you can cut remarks during one round of the debate. You will lose count of sharpness even if you miss, so please be very careful. Another thing, Vidonia, that you should know about me, before I continue, is, I read stuff, and I read instructions, and I don't fully understand them, and I completely forget immediately what I read, so I only learn by doing, not by reading, so, it'll be a good time. I have no clue what's going on. When the mood skews to your advantage for a certain length of time, the other party's argument changes. This means the conversation will develop. If that happens, they will end up divulging some weak spots. You cannot normally cut remarks that contain weak spots. Instead, it will skew the mood toward the other party's advantage, plus it's going to be very big. Just like a regular debate, please refute any weak spots with a triangle. If you don't have the correct truth blade, you will not be able to cut an opponent's remark. What's a truth blade? Oh, sorry. It appears there's been a delay in contacting you. I'll make sure the person in charge of contacting you takes a very long vacation. In this mode, truth bullets will be called truth blades. That's about it. There won't be any other changes to your handbook menu. Only the name was changed, but don't you think a change in feeling is important? You can review the controls. Good luck, have fun. Alright.
If you just use common sense, the killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
Wait. Okay.
If you just use common sense, the killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
The Durlumin case.
Damn it!
Okay, hold on. I got you.
The killer obviously used those night vision goggles.
Oh, it was the left stick. Shoot. I was pressing the right stick.
If you just use common
Yeah.
sense,
Shut up, Koizumi.
the killer obviously used those night vision. That's gotta be it.
I can't advance forward if I'm just listening. I should let...
If you just use
Wait,
common
was that
sense,
not right?
The killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it. If you just use common sense, the killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
Oh.
Where's your proof that
Am
the
I
killer
just
used them?
cutting everything?
Because if they use night vision, then they could have killed Byakuya even in reality. That's what. So those goggles were planted. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
I found a hole in your argument. I'm sure Byakuya brought the night vision goggles I need to refute.
Because if they use night vision goggles, then they could have killed Byakuya even in reality. That's so those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Is it because...
Because
Hold
if
on.
they use night vision goggles, then they couldn't kill Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planted if the killer brought them to the crime scene.
Is it not the Duralumin case? Alright, hold on.
Because if they use night vision goggles,
Those
then
two
they
don't
couldn't kill Byakuya
make
even
sense,
in the
though.
dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planted if the killer brought them to the crime scene.
There we go. I think.
Damn it!
With overcome.
If you just
No,
use
shut up!
the killer obviously used those night vision. That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they use night vision, then they couldn't kill Byakuya even. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Huh. What am I missing here? Refute Muhammad's claim with evidence.
Because if they use night vision goggles, then they couldn't kill Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
What am I missing here?
Damn it!
Do I need to be changing? Because I think it's still Duralumin case.
The killer obviously used those night. That's gotta be it.
I can't back down.
Wait, what? Oh no! Come on, we can't have a... Can't give me button mashing. Get away from me.
If you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
use
shut up.
comments, the killer obviously
I
used
understand.
those night vision.
I got it.
That's gotta be it.
Leave me alone.
Where's your proof that the
Yo, I
killer
hate
used
button mashing. Crud. Wasn't ready for that.
Because if they use night vision
Alright.
goggles, then they couldn't kill Byakuya
I
even
don't
in
know.
the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planted if the killer brought them to the crime scene.
Damn it!
If you just use common sense, the killer obviously used those night vision. That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
It is Duralumin case. Okay.
Because if they use
I
night
just
vision
don't
goggles,
know-
then they couldn't kill Byakuya even in the. I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
I don't know how I'm... not...
Because if they use night vision, then they couldn't kill Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planted if the killer brought them to the crime scene.
Huh.
Because if they use...
I need to cut off her words. Yeah. Which I am doing. Overturn? What's overturn? Fire... Oh, you know what? I forgot about Truth Blade.
night vision,
I forgot about firing it.
then they couldn't kill Byakuya even
So...
in the dark. I mean, in reality, that's what... So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
There we go. That's what I was forgetting.
Those words.
I forgot about the Truth Blade. Knew it was gonna happen.
No, Byakuya was definitely the one who brought those night vision goggles.
I was thinking that I had to just cut more. Okay. I get it now. I understand.
Inside the Duralumin case Byakuya had with him during the party, we found a smaller case for storing the night vision goggles.
Which means we can assume that the night vision goggles were kept inside that Duralumin case as well. Woohoo! I said assume. Ibuki never uses such clever
Ibuki's
language.
smart. Ibuki want bite
Byakuya
someone.
was the only one who could have taken the night
Oog,
vision
oog.
goggles out of the case, since he was carrying it around before the blackout in the first place.
I see. When you put it like that, it makes sense.
Then, was that knife inside the case too? If there were night vision goggles inside, it wouldn't be weird for a knife to be in there too.
It would be weird.
I am weird, aren't I?
Nobody asked.
Times like this, I'd rather be fantasizing about tonight's main dish.
Ooh, you totally mean that in a perverted
Oh my God.
way.
Oh my god. Terror. Calm yourself. Knife was brought in the case along with the vision goggles too, so that's not possible. The knife was hidden in the dining hall before the party even started. I should be able to prove it. The case, tonight's main dish. Night vision goggles case. Duct tape.
I see. There was duct tape left under the table where the body was found.
Huh? Duct tape. They probably hid the knife by duct taping it to the underside of the table.
Oh, so that's why we found duct tape there.
Though Byakuya was thorough, even he couldn't have noticed a weapon taped to the underside of the table.
This may be off topic, but why was Byakuya
Ah,
acting
now
so
we bring up the
paranoid?
note.
Not only did he bring a self-defense kit, but he had night vision goggles inside the case too.
That's true. He went above and beyond being a little cautious.
Now that you mention it, that applies to the dangerous items he confiscated as well. It's one thing to be a little cautious, but performing a body check is a bit much.
He probably knew. Someone was planning to commit a murder.
Are you saying he predicted the murder? Could it be? Was he also in possession of the all-seeing...
Man, Gundam, you don't know anything.
You
Freaking
think
shut
so
up.
too, right, Hajime?
Byakuya probably knew there was a possibility that a murder would occur because of the thingy thing. Where is it? The threat. That one's easy. The knife.
Everyone, can you please take a look at this?
Get out of here.
Hey, the hell is this? Hajime and I found this in Byakuya's cottage.
It looks like a threatening letter someone sent to him.
So, who's the someone?
Nobody besides Monokuma would write such a dumb, threatening letter like that.
Man.
Me? Are you sure? The only lies I tell are friendly lies.
I love how he says that. Friendly lies. Yeah.
It doesn't
Is he
matter
broken
who
or just
did it.
me?
So,
I'll find out in a
Byakuya
second.
became paranoid because of this threatening letter?
I didn't get any notifications. Uh-oh. I don't have any, I think, unless... Is this something? Okay, I don't know what that is. It's not playing. Though that might just be because Twitch is stupid. Let's see here. Oof, yeah. There's a lot happening. I'm not sure why. We good? Is it back? It was doing a bunch of glitchy stuff. Shut up. I think it's fine now. I'm gonna keep this up. It was just you? I don't know, cause when I opened up my when I opened up the mobile app, it was being weird. Like, I was seeing a bunch of stuff on my end too. So, alright. Keep an eye on it, I guess. It doesn't matter who wrote it yet, so Byakuya became paranoid because of this threatening letter.
He probably decided to throw a party because
Oh,
of
hey,
the letter.
before I forget, Mary, can you plug the Discord? I have a Discord, where I have, like, a schedule, to work around my work schedule, for all my streams. I do Yakuza on Mondays, usually. This week's a little weird. And then Danganronpa on Wednesdays, and Dragon Quest 11 on Fridays. But again, this week is weird, so Yakuza is this Friday instead, and Dragon Quest isn't happening.
Like gathering
Pokemon Legends
everyone
Arceus is happening on Sunday.
create a situation where everyone
Unless
can
something
keep
happens.
tabs on each other. In doing so, he tried to put the writer of the letter in a
Yakuza.
situation where they couldn't act.
I'm on Yakuza 7. I've been going through all of them. It's been a great time.
But the letter might have been just a little prank.
As long as he was determined not to let any of us die, he couldn't take that risk. His strong sense of responsibility made him believe the letter was
Mary.
legitimate.
Mary!
He should have told us he received a threatening letter.
Hold on. Hey, there it is. Okay, cool. Unless it's broken. What?
If he had, we would have panicked. Byakuya probably knew that too.
Is it broken?
So, he tried to do something about it without telling anyone?
I see. Strong sense of responsibility as our leader was his undoing.
Poor dude.
Screw that noise! Who the hell wrote that letter?
Well, obviously,
The killer.
Is it really one of us? Who is it? Among Us. It's a good game. I've gone through Yakuza in the most backward way possible. 0172. Yeah, just a little bit. I did that with something. I don't remember what. I kind of did that with Kingdom Hearts.
Enough already! Show yourself!
And I'm also doing that with Final Fantasy. I do mostly blind stuff. It's more fun that way. I don't know what's coming, ever.
If they were willing to come forward, they never would have committed a murder in the first place.
Still can't believe it. Someone in this room killed Byakuya. There's no way I can believe that yet.
Pardon me. Can I say something?
No, you can't, Sonia.
What is it, Miss
God, what a
Sonia?
simp.
I regret that I must return to this topic, but I just realized something concerning the night vision goggles. If Byakuya was indeed wearing those goggles, how did the killer manage to navigate in the
question.
dark?
You're right. They wouldn't have been able to see anything without the night vision goggles. But if the murderer had the goggles when they took the knife, then how did Byakuya see them?
Even if the knife bore some sort of mark, it would have been difficult to see it in that darkness.
Final Fantasy is at least, like, basically completely different stories between entries. Yeah, that makes it not as bad as, you know, an ongoing story. For Kingdom Hearts, my first ones were, Dazed and Recoded, but I didn't remember anything from them when I actually started the series proper. So, like, I did those two when I was really little, and I didn't get anything from the story. I didn't really care. I didn't know anything. I just knew, haha, Donald, Aladdin, yeah, spiky hair anime boy. And then I eventually got to streaming and did one through, you know, the proper way. Because of this mark, the killer was able to get the knife from under the table into his hands. The glowing paint.
I see! What if the glowing paint was the mark? With that, you'd be able to get the knife.
I can't wait for Ace Attorney 2, by the way. Just saying.
In actuality, the knife we found under the table and the duct tape stuck to the underside of the table were both marked with glowing paint, right?
Does that mean the killer painted them in advance?
So, Mondays have been, I stream 3 times.
It's as if they knew the blackout was going to
Yeah,
happen.
that's because they caused it. The first stream I do, or has been doing, is, has been all Yakuza for the past few years. And then there's the RPG streams, which Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest are mostly those, but, you know, it's any of them. And then there's the whatever streams, which Danganronpa 2 is currently in the whatever streams. And then Sunday is chill stream. Sometimes.
Killer is whoever was in the office with the circuit breaker. Which means it was you, Peko.
There it is.
Peko killed poor Byakuya? Was this island not big enough for 2 glasses wearers?
I would love for that to be the reason. I don't want to escape the island. I just have glasses, too.
I am not the killer.
Oh, I guess she's not.
How can you believe her so easily?
But with Pekko's height, I don't think she'd be able to reach the circuit breaker in the office.
I don't care about a technicality like that. Pekko's the one who tripped the breaker and
Kazuichi, did you do it? He's pretty sus. But tripping the breaker directly from the office, Pekko was the one who caused the blackout. Is that really what happened? After this debate, blue-colored weak spots will start appearing. If we call the weak spots you've seen up until now argue spots, the blue-colored weak spots will be called agree spots. You will need to flip your way of thinking. Instead of arguing that the other person's testimony contains lies or mistakes, fire the truth bullets that prove the other person's testimony is correct. When your truth bullet merge with their weakness, it will become a logically sound agreement. Isn't it a little hot in here? From now on, you must infer whether it's best to argue or agree. Uh-oh. That requires big brain. You know what I don't have? Not today, anyway. Sometimes I do. Bunch of different accounts. Okay. Uh-oh.
Since Pekko was in the office, she could have caused the blackout at any
No,
time.
I wouldn't want to agree with that.
That's impossible.
Huh? Why is it impossible?
Because I was not.
Yeah, but I don't want to cheat.
Not even before the blackout.
Not even before the blackout.
What happened to your guard duty?
Sorry.
Oh, you weren't in the office? That's clearly a desperate excuse.
Alright, so I have to agree with her testimony.
Since Pekko
What are my accounts? Teru's, Chiaki, and Nekomaru's. It's probably Nekomaru's. Wait. I was thinking because... No, because she said the bathroom was... Alright, Teru. Couldn't use it during the blackout. That doesn't matter. Nekomaru. I guess Nekomaru is the only one that makes sense.
she could have caused the blackout at any time.
That's impossible.
Huh? Why is it impossible?
Because I was not in the office. Not even before the blackout.
I agree with that.
Yes, you are correct. I agree with that.
No, I think Pekko is telling the truth.
I might clip that for the soundboard. And then he can be right next to Celestia. I'm not gonna use it right now.
Yeah, it's nothing like that at all. Nekomaru's account is actually Pekko's alibi.
Yeah, he was trying to use it all the time.
Someone was occupying the bathroom for a long time.
That's gonna trip me up later on. I can tell you. Like right now, first trial, it's not gonna be too bad. But later on, maybe fourth, third.
Then the person who was in the bathroom that whole time was actually...
Wonder what Mom's cooking.
Everyone
Smells
else
really good.
besides Pekko was in the dining hall after the party started.
I kind of want to check.
I see. So there's no way anybody else could have locked themselves in the bathroom except Pekko.
I guess that would be true.
You locked yourself in the commode? You should have said
Yeah,
so
why hide
earlier.
that?
There's no way she'd actually say that. Gosh, you are so insensitive.
Women.
If she locked herself in the bathroom for that long, there's no doubt. Shit. Oh, there's no way she'd admit it. There's no way she'd admit she was taking
Pekko,
a
please.
shit.
It's a completely normal human function. I'd be more worried if you weren't.
Hey, weren't you guys taught any basic manners? Or were you raised in a
This
locker
is
room?
important information.
Sorry.
It's fine. How about we stop talking about this and move on
Poor
to something
Pekko.
else?
Don't worry. The smell wasn't that strong. I used the bathroom right after you, so you can trust me.
I said it's
I'm
fine.
blushing. I'm always ugly. It'll be fine.
Still, you were in the bathroom.
I'm more
for a
curious
really
about who
long
killed
time.
Byakuya.
Did you get food poisoning or something?
Clearly the best character from one.
As soon as I stepped into the office, I felt this sudden rush of pain in
Really?
my stomach. Because of that, I was unable to leave the bathroom, including when the blackout...
Pooping in during a blackout is an awful experience. I know this from experience.
Hey, how did it feel to do your business in the dark? Did you get
Teru.
excited?
Hi, stop it, you. Stop it. Stop it.
Seriously.
Please.
stop. Still, your stomach pain. Was that really just a coincidence?
Hey, what's the deal? Don't butt into
But
other people's business,
it's about
especially
poop.
if you didn't do any investigating.
I'm only butting in because you fucking idiots are out of
I've
your
never
element.
been in a trial.
Stop this childish
You just call me a
nonsense.
kid.
Just what do you mean by coincidence?
Oh, Teru.
What I mean is it possible someone slipped her some laxatives?
Laxatives?
If so, the killer could have tripped the breaker as
Laxatives.
soon as that girl left the office, don't you think?
Huh.
I see. That might have happened.
Question is whether Pekko's stomach ache was a coincidence or if someone intentionally caused it. Depending on the answer, the outcome of this trial could change drastically. I want to know how the embarrassing pose fits in with anything. I guess the party dishes?
Did you eat
Oh,
anything
you know what?
weird?
It would probably be the party dishes because she was one of the two that ate. Wait, but... But Akane also ate, and she didn't have trouble. What was I looking for? AC timer is 11:30. Tripped and fell by the time... Nah. Akane and Pekko.
I don't remember eating anything weird. Now that you mention it,
Just go with your hunch.
you brought food to the office,
I
right?
do have a habit of overhinting,
Just a little bit from the dining
overthinking.
hall.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
Teru cooked the food. How suspicious.
I wouldn't do anything like that.
Or would you?
Laxatives would ruin the taste.
So I got Ruin the Taste and the other one.
Did you eat anything? I don't remember eating. Now that you mentioned you brought food to the office, just a little bit from the dining.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
No,
Okay.
it's wrong.
Yeah, because Akane is... She ate.
No, it's impossible that laxatives were slipped into the food in the dining hall. Because Pekka wasn't the only one who ate that food. Akane ate some of it too.
If the food had laxatives in it, I'm pretty sure Akane would have had stomach issues as well.
I feel totally fine.
Proud of you, Akane.
Like I said, the dishes are innocent. Don't go making weird accusations.
I apologize for causing a scene.
Fuyuhiko should apologize, not you. He's the one who made the laxative
That's a
accusation.
good...
What the fuck did you say, bitch?
I love him. I love Mr. Yakuza 7 over
bickering?
here.
Let's just dismiss Pekko's stomachache as a coincidence and go back to discussing the blackout. Yeah. We already know that, you trashy skank. You don't have to tell
Jesus.
us.
God, Hyoko's killing people in front of us.
Trashy
Poor Mikan. You don't deserve that. As long as the murder happened during the blackout, then the blackout itself is what's actually important. We need to make it clear how that occurred. I guess it would be the irons, huh?
Who tripped the breaker and how did they do it? If you can't answer that, I'm gonna
Pop you on the head.
Did they throw a stone? and hit
Chiaki
it?
and Teru's.
Maybe they used a remote control?
Oh, I'm agreeing.
Probably messed with the breaker.
Messed with the breaker. Yeah, I agree.
It does
Irons
not
in the
have to be
storage
the
room.
breaker.
That sounds right.
They may have tampered with the power supply and transmitters.
Or maybe they
Cause
caused
a
a
power surge. It would probably be that one, actually.
I bet it's really Monokuma's fault.
Well,
By the way, I'm not a trashy skank.
I love that was the end. Alright, so I'm agreeing. Okay.
Who tripped the breaker and how did... If you can't answer that, did they throw a stone?
Maybe they used a remote
They probably messed with...
It does not have to be the... They may have tampered with the power supply and transmitter.
Or maybe they caused a power
Surge.
I agree with that.
We're gonna ignore what you did before. Alright, Koizumi? That was uncalled for.
It's just as Mahiru said. The blackout was caused by a power surge. Of course, that's not a coincidence. Someone caused it intentionally. Which is why those 3 irons were arranged to cause the blackout. When you found them right after the blackout, the irons were still on, right?
So by leaving those irons on in the storage room, they deliberately caused
Yeah.
a power surge.
Yeah. It seems that's how the killer caused the blackout.
Stupid.
Oh no, not again. Neko, please.
Hold on a second. Let me
No.
speak too.
I don't want you to.
You say the irons in the storage room were used to trigger the blackout?
I like this new form of other people calling me out.
That's inexcusable.
Alright, let's see if I can do this right this time. Okay, so listen to what he has to say.
If the irons in the storage room caused the blackout, then for the killer to turn the irons on, you're saying they went all the way to the storage room? Then that means everyone who was in the dock when the blackout occurred can't be a suspect.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I can't just listen to what he's saying.
If the irons in the storage room caused, then for the killer to turn the irons on, you're saying they went all the way to this, then that means everyone who when the blackout occurred can't be a suspect.
Shut up.
No, just because people were in the dining hall doesn't mean they're not.
I don't
a
even know what
suspect.
my other prompts are.
But the people in the dining hall weren't able to cause the blackout. If the irons caused, then the killer had to go to the storage room before that and turn on the iron. Now do you intend to take back what you said?
No.
But the people in the dining hall weren't able to cause the blackout. If the irons caused the
Let's
blackout,
cause the blackout.
then the killer had to go to the storage room
It'd be the
before
AC.
that and turn on the
It'd be the
iron.
AC timer, probably.
Now do you intend to take back what you
Okay.
said? But the people in the dining hall weren't able to give the
Oh
irons
shoot.
caught, then the killer had to
I
go
hit
to
I hit the thing. I didn't mean to.
Now do you intend to take back what you said?
Alright, hold on.
But the people in the dining hall weren't able to cause if the irons caused the blackout.
Allow me to cut through those words.
Hajime, you just have to say shut up.
The irons are just one reason the blackout occurred, but they weren't the direct trigger. The direct trigger was when the air conditioners in the dining hall and office clicked on.
Air conditioners!
The timers for both air conditioners were set to 11:30 p.m.
11:30 p.m. Mr. Ham Hands died around that time too.
I keep forgetting she does that.
I see. When the timers
I want more
activated
nicknames.
the air conditioners, the breaker was tripped and caused a blackout. I see. I understand.
You don't know what that means.
Indubitably?
They probably checked the old building's energy usage in advance. and
I'm gonna
used the
cry if
irons
Sonya
to nearly
dies.
max it out.
Because I love Sonya.
So once they set the air conditioners' timers, they just had to wait until they started up on their own.
If so, even if Pekka was in the office, it still would have been possible to cause a blackout. Indubitably.
I can't blame Soda for being a simp.
Indubitably? Miss Sonia.
Oh, Kazuichi.
Too.
Regarding the energy...
I thought that was his name, but Soda was easier to remember.
Ask Monokuma about it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Is she right? Such a hateful bear. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
1,000, you say? If I died that many times, I might really stay dead, you know?
One can only hope.
Shut up! You guys just stay quiet!
I couldn't have prevented the blackout even if I was in the office. Even so, I still regret. If I was in the office, I could have reset the breaker
Yeah.
in time.
everybody would have turned around, like, as he's being stabbed, and it's like, you did it.
No, the breaker in the office was built
Oh,
into
yeah,
a
true.
high area
It was
of the
too
wall.
high.
It's impossible to reach. Resetting the breaker in that darkness would have been impossible. No
Well, you would have thought that you'd pull a table or something over to go do it. Like,
Sounds
have
you
it
don't need to blame
in
yourself.
advance. Like, I would have it prepped in advance, just so you can reach it, in case anything happens.
Even so, the killer is so sly. I'm starting to worry we may never
Is it
actually
you?
find them.
Did you do it?
It's alright. You don't have to worry. Because they're just a petty killer, right? They can't defeat symbols of hope like you guys.
Did you do it?
There's no way everybody will lose now. This little incident will just be a stepping stone for you all. In the end, hope always wins. That's what
What's happening?
Nagito? What happened to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you have been saying this whole time that there's no way a killer could be among us.
Oh, is that so? Well, let's just put that minor detail aside for now and talk about the incident. We found out how the blackout occurred.
No.
But the question is,
Let's not ignore that.
caused it, right?
You can't just brush that aside.
Timers for the air conditioners.
Nagito?
Setting up the irons in the storage room could have been done before Byakuya set foot in the old building. What a shame. Any one of us is capable of that.
What are you implying?
He's just saying, after all this time, we still haven't made any progress.
Huh? Even though we have been arguing for so long?
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
despite the fact that we've
There's-
discussed this at length, there's not even one clue that leads to the killer. But that might be because there's no way any of us could.
Ah,
be
now
the
you're back to
killer.
that.
You're changing your story again?
Is he okay?
I have an idea.
Is he
about
bipolar?
what we all should do at this point.
The ultimate bipolar person.
Has anyone thought about our situation like this? Instead of surviving by doubting others, isn't it better to get killed for believing in others?
Doesn't that mean... Are you saying we should all just give up and die?
Nagito, there's definitely
Yeah, are
something
you
wrong
okay?
with
You guys only think there's something wrong with me because there's something wrong with you. Suspecting each other like this.
Nani?
There's no way that's healthy behavior. Let's stop this already. We don't have to find out who the
But
killer
you do.
is. I can't stand this anymore. I don't want to do this to my friends.
I don't want to do this either.
Me too. Please, take me home already. I want to go home and eat
Oh, Hyogo.
candy.
It's such an out of character reaction for you.
Stop it. If everyone acts like this, I'm gonna...
Everyone calm down.
We're all friends, aren't we? There's no way one friend would murder another.
Then why did Byakuya die?
Who cares?
Who
Let's just
cares?
give up already.
This guy.
There are no clues that lead to the killer anyway. Not a single one.
That's wrong,
Chiaki.
I think.
Maybe.
Did you say something?
As we've already found a clue that might point to who the killer is.
Why are you whispering, Gundam?
You know who the killer is?
The killer? I don't know. But we do have a clue about a suspicious
Forgot how
person,
cute your hood was.
I think.
I see. Then care to tell me what's this?
I'm
clue
starting to think
about
it's you.
First of all, let's try thinking about how the killer was able to obtain the knife during the blackout.
Didn't we already cover
But,
that?
like,
They use glowing paint as a mark.
I also think that's too easy, because I saw him in the back of the picture, like, next to the AC unit, and he was the first person to, like, go in and clean the entire thing, so he got to be familiar with everything. He could have plugged in the irons. I don't think it's him, but, like,
No, not that. I mean before that.
She's asking how the killer got close to that table? Even if they had to obtain the knife by relying on the glow from the paint, in order to do that, they needed to get close to that table while it was still dark.
Let's try examining the situation. Mahiru's diagram might be useful here.
The diagram of where everyone was standing before the blackout, right? Here it is.
I left it back at the kitchen. Just as I thought, this diagram's the clue. Who the killer is and how they were able to move to the table in the dark. It's clearly shown in this diagram. First, we need to discuss how the killer was able to move to that table in the dark. Probably use something to help them move in the dark. Spot selection. Select a suspicious spot. The glow in the dark. Or the night vision. Or the lamp.
Here!
Which makes most sense.
The killer must have used the desk lamp to move to that table in the dark.
Desk lamp? I hope you don't mean they turned on a
Following
light or
the cord.
something.
There was a blackout. There's no way the killer could have used the desk lamp.
There's no way they used the desk lamp's light. The killer actually used the power cord.
I can prove it with this. They didn't turn the desk lamp on. They used its power cord.
Yeah, that was new. That was actually kind of from Ace Attorney. Similar type of thing.
They could have felt their way to that table using the power cord, right? By doing that, the killer was able to move to the table, then use the glowing paint to find the knife.
That makes sense.
And there's only one person here who could have done that.
Ooh.
Smell his feet. It's the only way to determine time of death. We already know what time of death, though. It's 11:30. The only person that could have... I mean... Nagato was right there. I don't... It's not Paco. It was me. What happens if I say Nagato? I don't...
You're the only one! Nagito, it was you, wasn't it?
Me?
Judging from everyone's positions before the blackout, the only person near the power cord was you.
Yeah?
Which means the only one who could have felt their way to the table using the power cord was Nagito!
I sure am overthinking, because I don't think it's Nagato.
But still,
But maybe.
you had a chance, right?
Could be.
A chance to hide the knife under the table?
Make it the lucky student. Nagato's chance to hide the knife under the table was right after the blackout, before when he was cleaning.
I see! Nagito, weren't you cleaning the dining hall all morning? If so, you would have had a chance to hide the knife. That's... If you factor in the power cord and the time you spent cleaning, you're the only
Come
one
on, Nagato. Don't
Seriously? That's all just a
say it isn't
coincidence.
so. Yeah, it's just the first trial. I'm thinking ahead.
One coincidence, it'd be fine. But when it's one right after
It happens
another,
a lot.
I wonder,
A quirk.
something like that even possible?
Could it be? Did you give yourself cleaning duty on purpose so you could hide the knife under the table?
Now that you mention it, Nagito did prepare the drawing to pick who cleaned the dining hall.
I think it was rigged. Kinda unlucky, Nagato. Wouldn't you say?
You rigged the drawing, didn't you? That's how you got picked to clean the dining hall, isn't it?
I don't know if you're the killer or not, but regardless, it proves that you're suspicious, right?
Also, your entire dialogue.
If that's the case, that strange speech you made earlier, that was part of your plan too.
You got us to lower our guard and tried to hide the fact that you did it. Didn't you, you motherfucker?
Well, just admit it already.
Nagito, tell me you object to this. Frankly, I don't want to believe it either. We investigated together. You were so kind. I can't believe you're the one who killed Byakuya.
I mean, the first trial of the first game was where the partner got killed. So the partner being the killer, I could see that happening.
Nagito, say something.
You okay? You about to have a Genocide Jack moment? Nagito?
The Ultimates are working together to combat the despair of their friend's death. How wonderful. How beautiful it is.
Me too, Hajime. Those eyes. At that moment, his eyes... The darkness in his eyes shone brightly as if layers upon layers of darkness were folding into each other. As if hope and despair had been crudely mixed together.
Let's cut to the chase. You're correct. It was my doing all along.
Truly iconic.
I'm the one who hid the knife under the table before the party started.
Now, why would you go and do that?
I'm the one who used the power cord to find my way to the table in the dark. And of course, I'm the one who caused the blackout. After all, there's no way I'd knowingly whip out a knife in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or does he seem a little
He
nuts
seemed a
right
little
now?
nuts for a while.
But I never expected Byakuya to have night vision goggles. Because of that, we had ourselves a little scuffle under the table. And, well, you all saw how that
Oh, I don't get a comic?
But with a twist ending like this, I think we can all agree this ended up being a very interesting mystery.
Unless... He stabbed him, but that wasn't the killing blow?
Byakuya performed admirably.
Just stop it already! Seriously! What the hell happened to you?
Don't tell me. Is this your true nature? Were you lying to us this entire time?
Nagito, why are you insane?
Lie? That's outrageous. There's no way someone like me could ever lie to you guys.
You're
I
my
understand
friends.
better than anyone else that I'm ultimately worthless. Too arrogant to have dreams or cling to hope. Too disdainful to actually try at anything.
Do you need a hug? Does he need a hug?
That I'm a lowly,
I think that's all he needs.
insignificant human who can't do anything right.
Holy crap! He's totally the type of guy who spent his childhood killing
Oh my
people
god.
with
He
Probably.
seems like the sort of person whose eyes light up while watching Friday the 13th. Just like me.
Wait, what? Sonia?
That's quite the hobby you have there. But, like,
What?
now's not really the time to bring it up.
Sonia? There's a lot happening. I wasn't expecting a name drop of Friday the 13th, but also, Sonia?
Hey, Nagito. If you were behind all of this, then did you also send that threatening letter?
Yep, I sure did.
Okay.
There's nobody else on this island whose handwriting is that painful to look at, right?
We don't know yet.
Why did you send a threatening letter in the
It's been
first
like a
place?
day.
I think somewhere deep in my heart, I was probably hoping to find someone who would stop my evil deeds. Well, I bet if that really was my reason, at least some of you would feel sorry for me.
Are you making fun of us?
By threatening Byakuya, Nagito was likely able to manipulate his actions.
Yeah. Old looking building. I'll clean it.
In doing so, Nagito was able to manipulate everyone to the scene where the murder would occur. Am I wrong?
I'd like to put him under a microscope and study him.
It reminds me. Nagito was the one who suggested I guard the office.
True. Not only is the storage room packed with lots of stuff, it's hard to see in there and full of cobwebs. Well, how would you... Huh.
Oh, I get it. If Pekka was guarding the storage room, Nagito wouldn't have been able to use the irons.
Right.
The threatening letter, along with all your suggestions, was all a trap to manipulate us.
Yep, that's true too. But you're wrong about one thing.
Huh? What?
I didn't need to rig the drawing for cleaning duty, you know?
If that's true, then how did you conveniently get picked for cleaning duty?
Was it luck?
I see. Well, there's no way I'd expect you to remember.
That's pretty interesting.
Talent for a
He used his ability. Luck isn't a superpower. Ultimate baby face. Hey, both of these are right, technically. Ultimate transporter. A future one.
You're the ultimate lucky student. Then, did you?
That's right. I just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty.
You just rely
Man.
on your luck?
It's not just luck. It's true my talent sucks, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know?
I'm left with the red mark. Someone called the lucky student. You don't seem very lucky right now. He was.
At the time,
Knock it
Hajime
off,
said I
you.
wasn't lucky, but it was actually the opposite. I was lucky. That's why I got picked for cleaning duty, just like I wanted.
All according to plan.
Enough. I don't care about that anymore. More importantly, why did you kill Byakuya? Answer me!
Byakuya was a very capable leader. For someone like him to get killed, the despair it brings. It's only fitting that you symbols of hope should use his death as a stepping stone to shine even brighter. That was my
He
only
spun.
motivation.
Spin.
You're not making any sense!
Fine, let's start the damn vote already. I'm ready to fucking kill this psycho.
Please, Monokuma! Please, wait!
What?
The fuck?
How should I...
What do you want, Mikan?
Is Nagito...
Oh, doubt.
Oh.
What are you saying? He's already confessed, hasn't he?
I already know that, but... there's just...
It's just that...
a little strange.
My embarrassing pose. It wasn't brought up once. I just need it to be brought up.
If it's only a little, then keep your mouth shut. Your ugly face is stressing me out. It makes me want to
God.
puke. I'm sorry.
For now, might I suggest we listen to what she has to say?
But we know who the killer is.
Simply listening is
There's a
acceptable.
bunch of stuff we don't know yet.
However, I won't allow this to end with mere play. Now then, let us lift the curtain for our bloody spectacle.
Oh, okay, we got white noise. Alright. Even though it's meaningless, allow me to say one more thing. Shoot down the white noise, that'll be explained later. Okay, bye. Ibuki, Nekomaru, Autopsy, Chiaki, and Kazuichi.
I think it's strange that...
The killer is so obviously Nagito!
He has already confessed.
Ibuki's account is that she heard everything. It's not Neko. Chiaki and Kazuichi. What was Kazuichi's? Chiaki is that she talked to Mr. Yakuza. Yeah. Straight to the office. Didn't see anyone there, including Peko. And then thin sharp weapon, roughly 5 millimeters in diameter. It's probably the autopsy results?
Joe is the one who did it. He killed Byakuya with the knife he hid.
Yeah, it's probably that.
Oh, never mind. Thanks for wasting our time, skanky bitch.
Then let's prepare to cast our
God. Alright.
I think the killer is so obvious. He has already confessed. You know...
That bastard Nagito is the one who did it. He killed Byakuya with the knife he... No,
Shut up,
wrong.
Yakuza. You don't know anything.
That knife might not be the murder weapon. That's what you wanted to say, right, Mikon?
What the hell are you talking about? It's obvious the knife was the murder weapon.
But based on the...
It was an attempted murder weapon.
Byakuya's body, the actual weapon should be roughly 5 millimeters in
Man, I
diameter.
wish I knew what measurements were. How big's 5?
5 millimeters in diameter? That's like way skinnier than a knife.
Hey, that better be true. If you screwed up, I'll sell your fucking ass to a whorehouse.
What a threat! Not again.
Hey, why are you threatening her?
Is this what you're trying to say, Mikon? As long as we can't prove that the knife is the murder weapon, we can't assume that I'm the killer.
What are you saying? No one else can be the killer. It has to be you.
Hey, don't blame me. Mikon's the one who said it.
I'm sorry.
You already confessed, too.
Hey, Nagito.
But I didn't get the
Hiding
comic.
something?
Hiding?
Like, during the blackout, did something happen between you and Byakuya that we don't know about?
Who knows?
After all this, what else do you
I
intend?
didn't do anything.
Jeez, the moment your back's against the wall, you get all silent.
I didn't do it.
What happened during the blackout?
Okay, now Ibuki's account is gonna come into play.
Ugh! If you cross your eyes like this, it gives you double
Yes, it does.
vision.
Don't get distracted. Our lives are at stake, you know?
Don't do that directly into a light.
Whose life is at stake?
Time did you start streaming? I didn't get a Twitch notification. I started at 6. That's what the thing was. Missed everything.
Seriously, how long is it gonna take for you to
You
understand
would have gotten
the
a
damn
Discord
rules?
notification. Just saying.
Nobody can see in the dark, no matter how hard you think about it. The
No, we
truth
still
is
don't know
on
who
your
did it.
side.
I mean, it might be Nagato, but maybe not.
Don't you think that's a pretty clever metaphor? Despite the fact
Also,
that
Nagato is annoying.
No, that's not it.
Not annoying. It's not the right word. Insane.
Not it. What's not it?
Had to mute it. You didn't need to mute it. Truth is beyond our sight. No, that can't be it. There should be some way to find out what happened in the dark. Is it... How to find out... Oh, Ibuki's account.
I can prove it with this. Even if we couldn't see what happened in the dark, I'm pretty sure someone could have heard it. Isn't that right, Ibuki?
Oh, really?
For sure. Don't act so surprised. You were the one who
You're the
told
one who told me, remember? How everyone was shouting during the blackout?
Everyone, calm down. We gotta stay calm in a situation like this.
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know!
Nagito sit out.
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
Perhaps the breaker overloaded?
It sure
Hold on a
did.
sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
Such perceptive hearing. Impressive. I'd expect no less from the ultimate musician.
It's a good thing your ears are awesome because your face, style, figure, and personality
Nah,
totally
all of that's
suck.
on point.
You've got me deep with your knife of truth!
However,
She's great.
after hearing what Byakuya and Nagito said in the dark,
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
it almost sounds like Byakuya fought back against Nagito or something.
Well, that's actually what happened. As a sign of respect for Ibuki's talent, I have a small confession
Yeah?
to make. I was actually shoved out from under the table by Byakuya.
He shoved you out?
Just as the blackout occurred, I hurried to duck under the table and grab the knife, but Byakuya, wearing his night vision goggles, caught me and shoved me right out from under the table. That's right. I'm so incompetent that I couldn't even grab the knife.
Byakuya stopped him when he was trying to get the knife, and he got shoved out from under the table before he could even grab it. Sounds plausible. I mean, just from listening to what they both said at the time.
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
I like that ow clip. Ow. Could interpret it like that. Actually, now that I think about it, that sounds like exactly what happened.
After getting shoved out from under the table, I was just as confused as you guys. I lost sight of the glowing paint. I didn't even know where the power cord was.
Completely
Before I
in the dark.
realized it, the lights had come back on, and Byakuya's body was lying under the table.
Hold on! Are you saying you're not the killer?
From the very beginning, the idea to throw a party, hiding the knife, setting up the blackout, it was all going according
I'm
to plan.
the attempted killer.
But unfortunately, my plan failed. And all thanks to Byakuya's night vision goggles.
He almost killed everyone there.
What happened after that? Even I don't know.
You failed? Then you're not the one who killed Byakuya?
Then we're right back
Yeah,
to
really?
square one.
How can that be? We spent all this time talking back and forth.
Meaninglessness. What other word is brimming with so much despair?
Shut up! You little bitch!
Felt like it was time to break it out.
But you can't give up.
All according to
You
Keikaku.
need to have hope. Do your best and move forward.
Who did the murder? Yeah, that's a good question.
Rising to the challenge again and again is why you guys are the symbols of
He's
hope.
insane. A psychopath. Nagito really not the killer? Is this guy really the Nagito I knew before? There's no way I can say that. I just thought I knew him, but this whole time I didn't know anything about this guy. I didn't know his true character. It's as simple as that. But now's not the time for me to dwell on that. We need to find this killer by any means possible. Because if we don't, we will die here. Suspended? Wait, no.
Well now.
Class trial has reached its climax, but here's a question for you. What is this? To those of you who figured out who it is, how about you try out the Guess the Killer challenge? Whoever fails to guess the right killer will have their saved data melt away like butter. That's probably not true. If you guess right, I'll reward you with $10 billion. Of course, for those of you who don't know who the killer is, you can just continue on.
Now then, what do you...
Now, I need to know, Mary, before I risk a possible delete. Does it do anything? I feel like they wouldn't do the delete thing. They are also giving you a choice. So, just out of curiosity, should I do it? No? Yeah? Hold up. Need giant water. Don't tell him nothing. Look. You can't lie. That's cheating. Also, Mary, I wanted to show these on stream, mostly to you because you read your Japanese and everything. Pretty much. Danganronpa likes to troll. Oh, I know. That's why I figured I'd ask. I got Calpis soda, and it's like lemonade, pretty much, and strawberry Ramu bottle. It's pretty neat. Definitely known about devs who would delete your data if they were allowed to, but so far none of them have gotten away with it. One. It's definitely not Danganronpa. Alright, let's see what it is. There's no way you'd be able to guess who the killer is. Of course there's no 10 billion.
And of course, there's no $10 billion either.
You're so evil.
Villain, you truly are a villain. Okay. I see. It could have gone either way. I needed to know. You have had Calpis? Okay, so that was just a...
I'm Monami, and my heart is throbbing like crazy.
Well, that's really
right
nice,
now.
Monami.
The group's leader, Byakuya,
Oh, it's a little recap.
and his killer is among this group of students.
Huh.
No, I'm not gonna believe
Interesting.
it. I'll never
I do like
believe
this.
it.
Show you something once you're done with stream.
I believe in everyone. So do your best. And don't forget to say
Oh, I do. Oh, I do.
Well, what now? If the knife isn't the murder weapon, there's
What
no
else is there
definitive
to...
proof that I'm the killer.
Shut up! We'll be the judge of that.
I guess there is a good amount left. Have you ever had the Ramu bottle? It's really good.
You say you were shot
I liked
away,
both of them, but I
can't
think the
actually
Ramu bottle
prove
is
it, right?
a lot better. Like, I want to order those
Even if a different
online.
weapon was used,
I just need to
it
find
does
them.
not mean Nagito has been cleared of suspicion.
But there's another reason why I don't think Nagito is the killer.
There's still more?
Based on
There's
what
some
we
more?
discussed,
What do you mean?
Mafia was killed under the table, right?
Is there something wrong with that?
Well, even if that's true, I feel Nagito looks, you know...
Ramune? Ramune? I don't know. It just says Ramu. R-A-M-U. There's not really enough light to, like, show it off. See? Ramu. Oh, there goes the Calpis.
Nobody's ever
Clean.
complimented me on my appearance before. Not even my
Wow.
own mother.
Nagito.
I'm not talking about your looks.
Go back to H Mark. Why does Mikon think Nagito looks clean? He doesn't have the knife. There's no blood on him. He doesn't have any dust on him. Nagito isn't injured.
I see.
It's
Are you
usually
trying to say
Ramune?
something like, why
Ramun?
didn't Nagito have any bloodstains on him?
Shipping costs more than a train ride. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it.
That's it.
I'll take it.
Because under the table, there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere.
There's some minor, like, I did some minor, investigating online for it. There's the regular, which is just like an original flavor. I guess it tastes like bubblegum. And there's a melon one too, and I think a grape, but I couldn't find too much.
Strange he did not get splattered with an appropriate amount of blood.
I didn't get any blood on me. That is weird.
Yeah, that's really weird. I could swear I had blood on me.
You just used something to block the blood, didn't you?
Huh, the other tablecloth?
Something that might have been used to block the blood splatter. What do you think it could have been? I guess we did see something I could have used. Isn't that right, Hajime?
Yeah, there's one thing he could have used to block it, and it was the bloodstain under the table. This storage room tablecloth.
I can prove it with this. You're talking about the bloodstained tablecloth we found in the storage room, right?
If there are bloodstains on it, that settles it. Nagito used the tablecloth to block the blood splatter.
But that was found in the storage room, right? Are you suggesting he hid it there after?
Yeah, there wasn't like enough time for any of that.
You mean after the lights came back on? What would he have done if we'd seen him?
That's true. The tablecloth was pretty big. So even if you tried to hide it and take it with you...
Somebody would have seen.
Going under the table, hitting a knife in a blackout, and stabbing someone. That's not just impossible for someone like me. Wouldn't it also be impossible for you guys too? Then...
Me too, Teru.
Maybe the killer didn't necessarily stab Byakuya under the table.
No, there's no mistake that the murder occurred under that table.
Because of blood splatter?
Even the inside of the tablecloth was bloody, so there's no denying Byakuya was killed there.
But that doesn't mean where Byakuya got stabbed and where the killer did the stabbing are the same, right?
I don't understand at all!
They're different.
Huh? Hajime. You look like you're
He is, but I'm not.
Really? But it sounds like a riddle. I feel like I'm onto something, but it's still not clear what...
Yeah.
Under the table, but not under the table. If it's somehow possible, it's the only way to make sense.
Oh?
Moving forward, we should put aside all unnecessary preconceptions and just choose the answer. I think.
Seems we have to figure out important words. The improved Hangman's Gambit. Alright. Line up the right letters in order to reveal a keyword. Like a little puzzle game. Flying across the screen, 2 rules. 2 different letters clash, you'll take damage. 2 of the same letters clash, they will fuse. Make 2 of the same letters clash while you try not to let 2 different letters clash. You've been giving a technique to catch and release. Move the reticle, press the X on the top of the letter, snatch the letter like a vacuum. What it means to catch the letter. You can only catch one at a time, so please be careful when you press the X button and shoot it where your cursor's aiming. That's how you release. Change the positions of the letters and hit letters into each other. Fused letters will freeze and get bigger. Blow it up and erase it from the field. This is called firing the letters. That's a lot of X's. If you just erase letters, you won't be able to clear the game. Ultimately, the main goal is completing keyword. Display the question with square and figure out what keyword... Good, because I already forgot the question. About lining up the... Instead of pressing the X button to fire the letter, please press triangle. At the same time the letter blows up, it will be sent to the keyword list. If the sent letter is correct, it will fit in the keyword list. If it's not, the influence god will take damage. Based on the following letters, please think about the completed word. What? What is happening? Also, if you leave a fused letter alone for a while, it will just blow up on its own. It will still damage you, so please be careful. Took so long to explain. Do you get it? I don't. I absolutely don't. Place where the killer and stabbing are the same. Use those words as a clue. I should put aside and try to think about it. I have a feeling I can see something. Oh, it's not called improved. Where did the killer stab Byakuya from? So... Okay. Oh, that's concentration. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm guessing it's UNDER. Is there a way to speed these up? Oh, these are gonna... Oh, wait. There we go. Under... I need that. I need that. Okay. I don't need that. I need H. I need the E. I'm gonna need that eventually. Probably just table. I need under the floor. It's under the floor. I see. Okay. Duh. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I need 2 O's. There we go. I wish that wasn't happening. There's O. There's the O. Give me an R. Mama needs a brand new R. There we go. I wish it was a little faster, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. The improved Hangman's Gambit.
Under the floorboards?
But I guess if it was faster, it would be harder to figure out the words. So.
And there was no carpet laid out under the table. If they stuck the weapon through one of the gaps, they could have stabbed Byakuya to death.
If so, that means the killer was able to get under the floorboards.
First try.
Where? And how?
I don't know that yet, but I have a feeling there's someone here who does know.
Well, yeah, the killer. Remember correctly, one person here should know how to get under the floorboards. Oh, well. Okay, not just the killer, then. Because you, Mr. Gundam, got your earring back.
You're the only one! Hey, Gundam, you dropped your earring in the dining
Like how I'm calling out multiple people.
Are you referring to the Hellhound
Yes.
earring?
About that earring.
I said, are you referring to the Hellhound earring?
About that Hellhound earring.
Thank you, Hajime.
You dropped it beneath
Just play along.
Right?
Use its proper name, or you will die 1,000 deaths. I'm not reading all the flashback stuff. I already read all that.
Just a bit longer and I would have reduced everything, including that old building, to ashes.
Yeah?
However, it's just as the old legend said. The Hellhound earring has returned to its owner.
How did it do that, though, Gundam?
Is it safe to say
Mr.
that
Tanaka?
that earring is the one hanging from your right ear? Huh? Could it be? Gundam wasn't wearing an earring during the investigation. And if he had it on by the time the class trial began, And that means Gundam was able to retrieve his earring from beneath the floorboards during the investigation.
So, Gundam knows how to get
Oh,
into
he
the
sure
floorboards.
does.
It's
Gundam is the best
After
character in the
all,
entire
you
game.
fools only view the world through eyes of glass. But I am different. With the power of my 4 Dark Devas of destruction, it is of
Oh yeah, he does have
concern.
hamsters. I guess he could have just sent them.
Truly, this is the evil 4th
Uh-huh.
Before the might of the evil 4th eye, all visual chaos is rendered
Chaos?
asunder.
What should I do? I'm embarrassed just
We all are.
listening to him.
It's okay, Yoko.
Man up and speak more clearly.
Fine, I shall tell you all. The answer was in the storage room.
Storage room has a... Ooh.
One of my 4 Dark Devas of destruction, Mirage Golden Hawk, Jumpy, has seen
Jump.
beyond the chaos. A secret passage of doom leading to the underground lurks beneath a large assortment of random boxes.
Nagato didn't want me to check. He...
After securing a lighter from the supermarket, I threw caution to the wind and ventured below the floorboards. And as a result of that lonesome battle, I was able to recover the Hellhound earring with my own 2 hands.
The lightning bolt is tattooed to his face. Dude is so dedicated. I didn't really realize it was a tattoo, to be honest. I thought it was something else.
With fear, fools. Behold my power.
Especially since his eyes are different colors. Is that just like a contact, or is...
There he goes
What's the
blabbing about
word?
power and crap. You're ridiculous. You're just a
Heta
breeder, you know.
heterochromia? I think that's what it is. Heterochromia? The 2 different eye colors?
Anyway, it sounds like you can go under the floorboards from the storage room.
Then that has to be how the
I don't
killer
know.
did it.
She's one of my favorites, but I don't know, like... I love them all. They're great.
If the space beneath the floor is empty, it's not that far to move from the storage room
Yeah,
to the
it's
dining hall.
literally right there.
I see. If they pass through the storage room, I understand.
Probably just a
why the
contact.
table
Okay,
cloth was put
fair
there.
enough.
The killer lurked under the floorboards during the party, and from there, stab, stab, stab!
Are you sure?
You don't like stab, stab, stab? Should it sound more fleshy? Like...
Is that how you pronounce splat shank stab? Thank you, Ibuki. I had no clue.
I'm not talking about your sound effects.
No, that wasn't it.
You were saying they snuck under the floorboards, but that means they would have had to leave the party, right? So, was there anyone who was able to do that?
Then whoever wasn't at the party is the killer. They must be the one who was waiting under the floorboard.
Who wasn't at the party again?
I didn't participate, but I was guarding the entrance, remember? Monami over there can be my witness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, this Monami over here is your witness.
I believe there's no need to discuss this matter further, but I was unable to leave the bathroom.
Well, the only other...
I was in the kitchen for a long time, but I frequently went to the dining hall to deliver my dishes.
The only person who wasn't at the
Oh,
party.
well... Okay, that's where that's gonna come in. Okay.
Judging from the photo I took before the blackout,
It obviously has to be him.
Mr. Yakuza?
Yay! It's decided!
He did
What are you
it!
saying? I'm not the killer!
Gonna play on the Chinibu phenomenon. Basically, kids who act as if they are anime characters in real life. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I know about the, it has a name, but, the girls that get really tanned and all dolled up and everything, like tons of jewelry and just and they're super tan. Like, it's insane. I don't remember what that's called. But that's pretty much the only phenomena that I know.
Oh, really? What happened to the tough guy who was
Well,
saying stuff like, I can do it?
I guess there are some other ones that I know, but that's like on the same level. You're not helping your case, buddy.
See?
You're doing it again. Gyaru.
Yep, that's right. Things are starting to get exciting.
Good news, now you can silence people. Just shoot them. Yeah, shoot down white noise. I already know. Actual remark, your time will decrease. Don't die. Yeah. Doing a little bang bang, you can use it to your heart's content. Bang 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 bang. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. I wanted to do kaboom. Alright, so it would be Chiaki's account. I was gonna find out where.
During the party, the killer was lurking under the floor like a cockroach.
And they could have stared at panties all day. Without going to the storage room in the dark.
Is that true, Fuyuhiko?
Don't act like I'm the fucking killer!
Teru.
Started. Nobody saw you,
All day.
you know. That means you have no alibi.
Is that the last one? No, there's one more.
The culprit is self-evident.
Okay. So it's that last thingy. Because you do have an alibi. It's Chiaki.
Going to the store. Is that true?
Don't act like I'm the. But when the party nobody
I'll read that in a
you,
second.
That means you have no
There we
alibi.
go. I'm crashing, so I'm heading off to bed. Oh, okay. Thank you for joining. I hope you had a good time. Have a good night.
No, Fuyuhiko definitely has an alibi.
I'll stop whenever
Isn't
the
that
class
right,
trial
Chiaki?
ends. I wasn't expecting an intermission. that kind of threw me for a loop. Y'all gonna have an intermission?
Oh,
Oof.
you're right.
Oof. What happened? All in a place like this. I'm staying guard. How diligent.
I saw Fuyuhiko after the
Yes.
party started. There's no way he could have been waiting under the floor
Yes.
before then.
You should have said that earlier, dumbass.
It's still your fault. Like, why were you even lurking around the old
Who
building in
wanted
the
to
first
join?
place?
Shut up!
Maybe there really is a secret passage to go under the floorboards from outside. And he came to spy.
What'd you say, motherfucker?
Oh no!
Wow, he got chewed out, but he looks super happy.
Regardless, it's impossible to go
He's a
under
good
the
actor, I guess.
floorboards from outside. Chiaki and I
Ultimate
already
actor.
confirmed that.
Wonder if we're gonna get an ultimate actor. That would be interesting.
Then someone definitely went under the floorboards through the storage room during the party.
Junko should have been ultimate actor.
During the party. It was probably during the blackout. Well, if someone disappeared during the blackout, no one would have noticed.
But walking down that dark hallway to the storage room is like trying to make Eggs Benedict without any eggs.
You're right. I couldn't even see the office in that.
Teru's
darkness.
right next to
That
the
room was much closer.
storage room.
But is it
Is
really
it Teru?
impossible? It might be better if we examine that possibility a little bit more.
It was super dark, you know? There's no way you'd be able to find your way to the storage room.
I don't know. My eyes are kind of on Teru now. Chef killed the fat guy.
It appears we're getting close to the final stage. The blackened or the spotless? Which is superior? I think it's time to settle this.
All right. What's my ammo? Fire door. I don't know what the fire door has to do with anything. Party dishes, equipment list.
The hallway was really dark during the blackout. Moving to the storage room like that. It's like making a seafood bowl without fish.
That sounds pretty tasty.
Is it really not possible?
What if they used a string like
Oh, I'm agreeing.
Maybe there was another pair of
Another
night vision
pair
goggles.
now.
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
It definitely sounds impossible.
The fire door doesn't have light with it, right? That's not a thing. Fire door in the hallway of the old building can be shut to keep the fire from spreading. Fire door in the hallway of the old building can be shut to keep the fire from spreading. I don't... No, that would be... Right? Huh.
The hallway was really dark during the blackout.
And the equipment list has nothing, I don't think. All the dangerous stuff. There's an iron plate for barbecue and a portable stove. They found all the dangerous equipment. Portable stove. Yeah, so it would be the kitchen equipment list.
It's like making a seafood bowl.
Is it really not?
What if they used a string?
Maybe there was another pair.
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
You are correct!
You know, the killer had a light with him.
Oh, I was right.
I just said that. Why are you stealing my idea?
But where could they have found a light?
There was one nearby for sure. See? It's written on the kitchen's equipment list.
All that stuff. All that stuff and a portable stove. No problems using it.
It's the portable stove.
Portable stove?
The portable stove isn't powered by electricity, and it's
It's
also
all kind of
small
pointing to
carry
Terry.
around.
Because he was...
So, the killer used the portable stove to move from the hallway to the storage room during the blackout.
I see. I never considered the portable stove. But there's a hole in your
Yeah?
argument.
A hole? What kind of hole? It would be great if you could explain it to me in much
True.
more detail. Oh, I wasn't making a perverted joke or anything. It's really not a perverted joke. I'm serious.
Please, I can't help but going into that tone. I'm very nervous.
Repeating yourself just makes it even more suspicious.
Now then, Hajime, will you battle against me? No, that's wrong.
What? Nagado. Or like, knock it off.
Will you be able to break
Probably
the
not.
argument?
What do you mean, Bao? It sounds like he's enjoying a game or something. There's no way I'm gonna lose against someone like him. Well, that's a lot of stuff.
Did you forget what Kazuichi said earlier? He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned. It contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony?
I can't back down!
Oh, wait, no. God. I hate that so much.
What Kazuichi said earlier? He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned. It contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony?
Oh, okay, cool. I don't have to do it again.
I don't doubt what Kazuichi said. What are you trying to say?
The reason Kazuichi couldn't was because the hallway was dark, right? So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway...
Fire door kitchen equipment, night vision, storage room, something. Storage room, tablecloth, fire door, the fire door, and party dishes. I guess the fire door.
Wouldn't Kazuichi have seen it? After all, he was walking near the hallway, right?
Any light source in the dark hallway? Yeah.
The reason Kazuichi was because the hallway was dark, right? So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway.
Oh, right. Seen it. I'm sorry.
Crap!
Please forgive me.
The reason Kazuichi couldn't was because the hallway was. So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway, wouldn't Kazuichi have seen it?
There you go.
I'm gonna cut through those words. Nagito, did you forget? Or are you just
Or
pretending?
are you stupid?
Huh? What are you talking about?
There should have been a wall that blocked light. I'm talking about the fire door in the hallway.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you close it, it would form a perfect wall in the hallway. Plus, the hallway rounds a corner just beyond the fire door. So even if there was a small gap in the door, as long as they passed the corner, the light still wouldn't peek out.
I see. To actually notice the fire door. Just as expected of the ultimate... Oh. You still don't remember your talent.
I love how the music stopped.
Who cares about that right now?
What are you talking? What is going on?
Nagito, what are you plotting? For someone who insists he's not the killer, you are quite nosy.
Yeah, really. Can
Sounds
we
so
get him out of here?
scary. If you're that angry, why don't you take a deep breath?
You sure like to piss us off. How about I shut your fucking mouth for you?
Hey, it's okay if you guys fight, but I won't allow a burly brawl that might offend people. More importantly, can you hurry up and decide who's the blackened already? Time runs out when I get bored.
Fine, I get it. You're telling me to pass the torch, right?
Pass the torch?
We're going to ask the real killer, not an imposter like me, to show themselves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask.
Obviously
Like,
the killer,
did you
right?
do it?
If you think I am, I really don't mind. Whatever conclusion you ultimates arrive at, I will accept it, no matter what it is.
You're telling me to call out the real killer, even though I really don't want to condemn that person, but there's no other way, right? Person who used the hallway's fire door as cover and used the portable stove to move in the dark and stuck under the floorboards to stab Byakuya to death using glowing paint as a mark. Only killer I can think of is you and only you. I'm kind of thinking it's Teru. I'm gonna go with my gut. Teru? Did you do it?
You're the only one!
You were right there.
Teru, Teru.
Portable
Could it be
stove.
you? Huh? What? What are you talking about?
Teru's the killer? Is that true?
Can't you hear the voice
Talking
acting?
about? There's no way! Of course, that's simply my assumption. So if you have an objection, please speak freely. Objection or not, why am I being treated
Now
like
you're
the
being
killer?
really suspicious.
Because the portable stove used in the murder
He
came
is.
from the kitchen. That's it? That's the only reason you're treating me like a
It's right
killer?
next to the storage room and the freaking fire door.
You're cruel.
Give me that comic.
Cruel.
Let's go.
Too
It's
cruel.
Teru. I love that the chef killed the fat guy. It's Teru.
That attitude is so not like you, for the ultimate cook to get so upset.
Call me chef.
If you follow
Call me
aspersions like this, who will be there to support the future of the culinary arts?
The future of the culinary arts.
That's right.
Huh?
For the future of the culinary arts, you must face this and fight it fair and
Nagito, what are you...
You're right. Yeah, that's totally right.
So, what's an aspersion anyway?
Sounds like it.
Yummy? Did you know asbestos is yummy too? You should try some later.
Why are you interfering?
Let's assume that the killer used a light. and that they used the fire door to mask
Ibuki,
that
can you
light.
just, like, punch him in the face?
And that they moved to the storage room and snuck under the floorboards. Then what? It's dark under the floorboards too. So how would they be able to stab Byakuya? You're not gonna say they shined the light on Byakuya, right? The plan would have been ruined if he noticed.
That's right. What do you think about that?
There's no way you can answer, right? You personally haven't investigated what's beneath the floorboards.
If that's the case, then Gundam should know. He actually
Yeah, my boy Gundam.
No. Unfortunately, there was nothing related to
Okay,
the
not my
incident
boy
on the
Gundam.
floorboards. The only thing I found was a strange liquid shining in the darkness, near where Byakuya's blood was dripping.
What? Oh. The glow in the dark.
What? A shining liquid in the dark? That sounds super important!
If there was a shining mark like that, they would have been able to move to it in the dark, right?
And in doing so, it might have been possible for them to use that mark to target the victim.
The glow in the dark paint. What was the mark? I don't know which one has the glow in the dark thing. Still. Did he? Oh. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, we'll get there. No. Which... The knife has the glow in the dark, so... Here, let's do that. Yeah, okay.
I can prove it with this. The mark you're talking about is the glowing paint that was
See,
applied
that
to the
makes
knife,
more sense
right?
to pick the knife.
By using the glowing paint as a target, they were able to judge where to stab even in the dark.
I see. The killer didn't target an actual person. They just struck the moment the glowing paint moved.
That would be the moment someone grabbed a hold of the knife.
So, the killer used the mark that I prepared for finding the knife as a mark for stabbing. I see. That's why Byakuya got killed when he took the knife.
But if they were able to do that, wouldn't that mean the killer knew about Nagito's plan?
Yeah.
all along?
Well, Teru!
Seriously? I don't know anything. Really? I don't know anything at all.
Then
You
can
did it.
I
Give me
ask
that comic.
everyone a question instead?
I want the comic.
You again? Just
Yeah,
stop
please.
already.
You're such a thorn in my side.
Now. We should give everyone a fair opportunity.
Is it
to
because you did
speak.
it? Did you do it?
If Teru is the killer, that would mean he went to the storage room during the blackout. And just what did Ibuki hear during the blackout?
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell?
It's. I'm not going through this again.
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
He could have said that from under there.
She heard Teru's voice in the dining hall?
Doesn't that prove Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout?
Yeah, it still could have been from under the floor.
That's right. That's exactly it.
But Teru was in the kitchen the moment the blackout occurred, right? So, why was he in the dining hall?
I thought the blackout was only in the kitchen, so I panicked and ran out of there. Of course, the hallway was dark too, but somehow I managed to move along the wall toward everyone's voices.
Well, it's not that far to move along the wall from the kitchen to the dining hall.
That sounds fishy.
He's really fishy.
Correctly, you can tell when a person is lying by licking their sweat.
Who? On what planet?
So, if you want, you should try licking me.
Oh, wow.
No
Shut up.
way.
Yeah, he probably is.
But I heard Teru's voice in the dining hall. Ibuki swears on her honor.
That's right. Teru was in the dining hall, not the storage room. Which means he's not
I don't know who
the
else
killer.
it would be.
No,
Hot
that's not
dogs? I could go for a hot dog.
it. Why? Why do you want to keep falsely accusing me? It's not like I want to blame you. I
You should be so proud of yourself, Hajime. You're just progressing toward the hope you believe in.
JoJo World? What?
Now, Hajime, show me more of your hope. Will that be enough to crush Teru's hope?
Make your argument. It's either the bloodstain or the gaps. Probably the gaps. I'll lock that in.
Again. Did you go to the storage room during the blackout?
There's no way I went to the storage room. I was somewhere totally different.
I definitely heard Teru's
Uh-huh.
voice. It's handsome, unlike his face. Maybe it was recording or something? Nope, definitely a
Live voice.
Right, as long as I have her testimony. The fact that I was in the dining hall cannot be disputed.
Yeah, it's gaps in the floorboard. There's a person who looks at someone to see if they're lying. I don't remember what part. What? Oh, in JoJo? Is it Kakyoin? I could believe it to be Kakyoin.
Let me ask you again. Did you
Why
go
beef
to the
hot
store-
dogs?
There's no way I went. I was somewhere totally. I definitely heard.
I'm fine with all of them.
Maybe it was recording or something. Nope, definitely a live.
I don't want to kill Basa.
As long as I have her testimony. The fact that I was in the dining hall cannot be disputed.
You were in
I'll
there.
shoot through that contradiction.
Oh, you were in there. Beef is better for you.
Just because we heard Teru's voice in the dining hall doesn't mean he was literally in the dining hall. Huh?
You were in there, but you weren't.
Remember the floor in the dining hall? It was full of gaps, right?
I did say kill Basa.
So even if you shouted from
I
under
did
the
not
floor,
say it wrong.
it should have sounded just like the voices in
How
the
do
dining
you
hall.
say it? It's funny because me and Riley had a discussion about this. But
I see. So he brazenly shouted from under the floor to make us think he was in the dining hall.
Polish, the I is silent. How would that go though? Kalbasa? That doesn't make sense. Kibasa. Oh, the L is silent, not the I. Kibasa. See, so when Riley and I were talking about it, because she's Polish too, Riley said that, I think, who was it? I think her boyfriend says kielbasi. So, 3 different ways to pronounce it, apparently. It's weird.
I told you to wait a second, ain't I?
Did you just have a Celestia moment?
What are y'all even saying anymore? I'm telling you, I was in that there dining hall during the blackout.
He's Foghorn Leghorn.
You little bitch!
Oh, please say something like that. Come on, Teru.
Where are you?
Be immortalized in the soundboard.
I was born in West Azabu and raised in South Aoyama.
Hey, you guys! This guy's a major liar! If Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout, he should have been there after the power returned, right?
Well,
I
believe
love the
so.
fake accents.
There's no way you could have gone back and forth in that dark hallway.
Huh? Was Teru actually there during that time?
I sure was. I was there the whole day.
Oh, yeah.
Something like this
Nobody's
should be
gonna-
decided by gut instinct. People's lives are at stake.
Damn right. You guys should have been deciding this on the spot with your hazy memories.
His accent is getting even worse. He's definitely lying.
However, I am not sure. I believe that he was there, and I believe that he was not there.
Oh, is there any way we
Yeah,
can
point the
decide?
finger at him.
Why don't we consult his memories?
Gosh, yeah, don't be saying things like that. Don't make no sense. Can you even prove I wasn't in the dining hall?
I'm so glad you have subtitles.
Probably can.
Oh, you again.
Whether or not Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout, in order to know for sure, I just need to throw that question at him. Which question? Timer. Oh. The embarrassing pose. Maybe. Is there anything else? I would think, yeah, it's gotta be the embarrassing pose. I don't see what else it would be. Yeah. Good.
If you're claiming that
You love
were in the
Teru's
dining
real
hall
voice.
when the power came back,
It's great.
then you should know how Mikan was positioned at the time, right?
Whoa, what? Don't make me remember. It's so embarrassing.
No, this is a very...
I like how this is the thing that'll get him caught.
Well, Teru, if you were really in the dining hall at that time, you should know the answer to that.
Huh?
It was a pretty clever way of tripping. There's no way you'd forget about it so easily.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I showed you something so unsightly.
Spoilers for Naruto, but something similar happens at the end of Naruto to beat the bad guy, and it's really great. It's my new favorite trope.
How about it? You can't answer, Teru?
Well, to land the first hit, not beat, but it's an important first step.
That's weird. Just slipped from my mind.
There's no way it would slip from your
Nah.
mind, especially not a pervert like
Ooh.
you.
His perviness was his undoing.
Even so, Nagito, say something.
Psst.
I guess you might have to give up now.
Give up? What do you
What do you
mean?
mean give up? I didn't do it.
Teru.
Also, he's back to
I'm
his
disappointed too, you
other
know.
accent.
It's lonely watching someone I admire reach the limits of their hope. It kind of feels like a broken dream.
Nagito, what are you doing? Why are you messing with the killer like that?
Hold on a sec.
There he
Don't
goes
go
again.
moving this along on your own like I really am the killer.
Huh? But it's already
He
decided,
is.
right?
That was pretty good.
No matter whether it hadn't been cleared up yet, Chef.
Why are you calling everybody Cher?
I can't understand him anymore. It appears he's saying the murder weapon hasn't been cleared up yet.
You understand him?
But it's such a sad defense. This is too cruel.
Why do you have mushrooms?
Oh, you calling me the killer? Then where's the weapon?
Yeah, where's the weapon?
Come on, Manumi. Enough with the whimpering and translate.
He said, if you're calling me the killer, then where's the weapon?
The mushrooms.
Weapon, huh? It's
Ta-da.
not the knife, right?
Judging
Hmm.
from Sakuya's wounds, it was a thin-edged tool that's roughly 5 millimeters in diameter.
Also, if they stabbed from under the floorboards, the weapon would need to be at least 50 centimeters
Okay,
in length.
Tanaka, you nerd.
After all this, who cares about the weapon?
Not good enough. Not good enough at all.
He said, not good enough. Not
I
good
admire
enough at
voice
all.
actors.
Fine, I got it. Let's try thinking about what
Kind
the
of
weapon
curious
was.
how this goes in Japanese.
Wanna do it? Wanna do it?
He said, try to do it.
What a confusing accent.
He said I did it. We need to focus and think about this. Thin edge tool with them and all of that. Weapon that meets those requirements might have been used at the crime scene. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, wait, I am. The thing is, what are they going to be calling it? Okay, skewer. I don't know the first word. O E bruh. I need these to not exist. Okay? Alright. Oh, they explode. I didn't know that. Okay. I didn't know they explode if I waste time. I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Here we go. Wait, no. R? What would R be? Yeah. You're not giving me any of the letters I want. I? Why is it I? Ear. There are a lot of R's. Iron. Oh, it's iron. Okay. Iron skewer. Gotcha. I need an N. Papa needs an N. Anytime. Okay. Alright. Any second now. N. Okay. Ugh. Please. I'm suffering. There we go. Get rid of those. I need an E, right? Skewer. E. Need a W. The M and the W were really confusing to me. I didn't realize that it was just a W upside down. Oh, wait. There we go. And then I need an R. There we go. I was at the mercy of them sending me the right letters. That's the only problem.
That's it! The weapon must be the iron skewer!
Huh? The iron skewer?
Before the party, as Byakuya was confiscating all the dangerous items, he spoke to Teru Teru.
There's one iron skewer missing. That's been missing from the start.
So that missing iron skewer is the weapon?
He hid it underground.
An iron skewer would match up with the wounds perfectly.
Hey, Teru Teru, where'd you hide the iron skewer?
He's foaming at the mouth. Wait, what? I love that lady. I love Avril Lavigne. She's great.
Avril Lavigne?
I wonder if she knows.
Huh? Did he really just say
She
that?
actually, is it her? Yeah. She's a big One Piece fan. She actually got to do a cover of a Nickelback song for one of the One Piece movies. I'm not sure why.
He's just saying random
It
shit
doesn't
about
really...
us. You probably dumped it
The
somewhere on
song she
the
did
island,
doesn't
didn't
really fit, but it's a really good cover. Which one was it? Oh, this is how you remind me.
This school trip has a no littering rule. If he had violated it, the island sirens would be ringing non-stop.
Didn't some people already litter?
island sirens? Just for littering?
Also, I was on guard duty, and I never once saw Teru Teru leave the
I
old
wish there were
building.
sirens for the entire state when somebody litters. That'd be great.
Which means he obviously hid it somewhere in the old building.
It's probably the kitchen again, right?
Teru, just man up and be straight with
Or...
us.
No, never mind. Finally, we are nearing the end. A cornered opponent will be surrounded by soul shields and simply will not listen to what you have to say. Probably paying you to condemn your classmate, but this is a class trial after all. You must argue against your opponent and destroy their soul shields. I don't know why I knew it. What do you mean? A high-speed dispute battle where you beat down and panicked opponents' excuses and nonsense. That's the bullet time Sorry, panic talk action. It can't be called bullet time battle. That was the first game. PTA. Alright. You must destroy all of your opponent's soul shields so you can deliver final strike. You must destroy your opponent's remarks while following the tempo. Tempo marker. So this is the same. For the most part. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Please wait for another time for the other features. Start a combo. Tempo up. Tempo down. I know all this. Final blow. Start to give their final argument. 4 worlds will be displayed on top, bottom, left, and right. Oh, face buttons. If you press the buttons in the right order, you will be able to compose the words of your final strike. Okay. Uh-huh. Good luck and have fun. I love that he's doing that again.
What the hell you even say, you do color hick?
That's a stupid country hick.
He said, oh, what the hell are you even saying, you stupid country hick?
I guess we have no choice but to somehow find out for ourselves.
If the iron skewer is the weapon, then hiding it in the kitchen would be the easiest way to slip it by, but Byakuya and I checked the kitchen pretty thoroughly. Was the weapon already hidden somewhere we couldn't find it? Was the weapon already hidden? Typos. Could it have been in an unexpected place? Where would that be? Where did he hide a long weapon like an iron skewer?
I'm not hiding that thing.
He said, I'm not hiding.
Love you, Monohui.
I'm hiding anything. I'm not hiding anything.
He said it again, twice. I must reveal to Teru the conclusive evidence that proves he's a killer. PTA.
Shut up. That's impossible. Nonsense.
Hold on. This happened before with the first game. Final strike, reload, final strike. Circle. So, okay, I was pressing X and triangle, not X and circle.
Unforgivable.
How are those missing?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Paris Hilton.
There's some delay on it, I think.
That's impossible. Nonsense. Unforgivable. I don't know.
Huh.
Paris Hilton. Unforgivable.
That's so weird.
Shut up.
I have to do it, like, just before, it seems. Huh.
Nonsense.
Paris Hilton.
Unforgivable.
Yeah, I sure did, because I think there's a delay on the button presses. Oh no. Trials come to an end. You can totally imagine who the black one will be. So do I get to restart? Hajime. Too bad. Graduated splendidly. Now others will all be punished. I mean, you too, Hajime.
This is our end?
I would like to retract. Good.
We will never give up.
And then he's just like, wait, no, you can't do that. Alright, skip all that. Because that's all... I know. I'm aware. Alright. Let me try again. Because that was weird.
Shut up! That's impossible!
I don't know...
Nonsense!
I'm trying to get low tempo on purpose.
I don't know. Paris Hilton!
Circle doesn't do anything.
That's impossible!
Maybe it's not supposed to.
Nonsense! Unforgivable!
Okay. I see.
I don't know.
They did just say focus on pressing X. It's just that the timing is weird.
Shut up! Where would the whip
The meat on bone.
I don't know.
Is that wrong? Oh, meat on the bone. I guess that makes more sense. Paris Hilton, am I right?
I don't know. Paris Hilton!
Meat on the bone.
This is the end. Could the iron skewer have been hidden inside the piece of meat on
That's
the bone?
that's an interesting place to hide it. Yeah, how'd you know?
What are you saying? There's no way I'd hide anything in a place like that.
Like that?
That's clearly impossible. I mean,
Paris
that's
is
inside the
queen.
food.
On the meat bone. Bone meat the on. Highlight.
Impossible. That's what Byakuya and I thought. That's why we overlooked it.
The chef killed a fat guy. It was this fat guy from the first game. Spoilers. Wouldn't have known what to do if he said fish bones and meat bones were also dangerous items.
But in fact, the only place you could hide the weapon was inside the food that couldn't be inspected. Out of all the dishes you prepared, the only one that could hide a weapon as long as an iron skewer is the meat on the bone.
What now?
I'm using my right to remain
No,
silent.
you're not.
There's no way that exists here.
We need to confirm this now! So if we eat that tasty-looking piece of meat and find the iron skewer inside...
She's just like, I volunteer.
Alright. Monokuma or Monami, one of you hurry and bring over that piece of meat.
1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'll eat the whole
I relate with her.
thing.
Wait, hold on a second. Time out.
What are you doing? Hurry up and bring it over.
I'm kind of hanging around. Oh?
Huh? Where did Monokuma go?
I'm right here.
He's eating it.
I'm already eating it. A bear that eats meat.
Wait, now that I think about it,
Yeah.
pretty normal.
What is this? So
He's having a good time.
Damn it! That's my meat! I've never eaten anything like it in my entire life! The taste brings me back to my days
He's
in
in
the
the
wild.
lot.
This is bad. Seriously, this is really bad.
My! There's something inside the meat! Look what came out!
Golly. Has a bone end.
Is that an iron skewer?
Check it out. The handle looks like it's made of bone.
Yeah.
Clever.
The sword of destruction, encased in bone and sheathed in meat. It brought catastrophe unto
Please
Byakuya.
stop talking. That's what she said.
As expected of Teru Teru. Such a fantastic weapon from the
That is
ultimate
pretty
sh-
good.
You're wrong. I'm not the killer. I'm not the kind of person who would.
Then why
kill
did you get a
someone.
specific face for this?
I got it. You all set me up. You guys set me up so you could blame
Uh-huh.
this on me.
Jeez, what a disappointment. Such an unseemly defense for an ultimate like you. Can you really call that hope?
Hey, Nagito. I'm sorry, but can you just be quiet?
That a girl, Chiaki. Just be like, Nagito, shut up. I'm sick of you. Huh?
He said, "You're all nothing but a bunch of poor, loudmouth, fast food eating hicks."
Thanks, Monomi.
You don't need to translate anymore. Somehow I can tell what he's trying to say.
Never mind. I didn't understand that. Let's just deal with Nagito later. More importantly, we should first...
I guess we need to settle this. Once and for all. To do that, we need to go over the entire incident from beginning to end and make everything
Let's see how much I
clear.
fail this. Go over the entire incident in comic form. Then I can prove terrorist crime. If we don't do that, we can't end this no matter how much time passes.
So, we need to do it.
Finally come to this. My throb is chesting. Same. Same. Yeah, every case has one last feature to bring the class trial to an end, the closing argument. Complete summary of the case. Yep, comic book. This is Hajime's imagination. He's a schizophrenic. There will be gaps here and there. Areas where a number of pieces are missing, complete the panic. Panic. There will be correct panels placed in... Wait, what? Oh, no, never mind. If you fill in all the holes, you will clear the challenge. So, you took hold to complete with so many gaps, but once you fill some in, it will become much simpler. For those who played the previous game, you might hesitate at first, but it's basically the same concept. Certain trick. Let's play hints. Yep. 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 There will be a time limit. Is there a time limit before? Yeah, there was, but it wasn't, like, bad. Oh cool, they're labeled. Got everybody... Man. You got... Oh, I see. It shows me the thing up there. Everyone at the party is... Yoko's drinking juice. Borrowing tablecloth. I would think it's that. Storage room before the blackout. No. Really? Oh, okay, so it just tells me straight up. It feels like none of these... Here. Hold on. Really? At the office room when the blackout occurred. Same scene as the office room and dining hall. At the office room when the blackout occurred. I don't have Petco. Who did Byakuya see the moment it got dark? Byakuya. Boop. I see. And then I'm gonna get more. Okay. Wait. Killer obtained a light. The weapon hidden in... I don't have the weapon. Killer do after exiting to the dark hall. What did the killer obtain? I see. Those... Okay. So this is how that's working. Interesting. I think I like how this is working better. So we got Chiaki. Irons turned on. Killer used a mark to move under the floorboards. Portable stove. Air conditioner turned on. One of these is fake. Alright, let's just keep going this way. Killer obtained a light, which was the unlit portable stove. No? Okay. Weapon hidden in. I don't have that. Go do after exiting dark hall. What was found under the table? I don't have that. I heard it. I heard it? Ew. Interesting. At the office room when the blackout occurred. Don't have that. Same scene as the office room and dining hall. Same scene. What does that mean? At the storage room before the blackout. I don't have them. Everyone at the party is. Having fun. I'm having the same thing Pecco's having with my stomach. Same scene as the office room and dining hall. At the office room and the blackout occurred. Killer obtained a light. The weapon hidden in. I don't have the meat. Or the skewer. Killer do after exiting dark hall. Turned on the irons? No? Wow. This is difficult. A lot more difficult than the first one. Or I'm just dumb. Probably both. What's found under the table? I don't have any of these. What do I do? I heard it. I don't have the picture for any of these. Can I can't throw out any of them? What do you mean, please? What am I missing? Weapon hidden in. Killer obtained a light. What did the killer do after exiting the dark hall? At the office room when the blackout occurred, that would be... What do you mean, what am I doing? I don't see you people being helpful. Here. At the storage room before the blackout. Man. Man! None of these fit anywhere. Poor Byakuya. The killer obtained a light. Which, none of these. The weapon hidden in the meat. Nope. I don't know what I'm overthinking is the thing. What was found under the table? A knife, but... I don't have any of these. I heard it. I don't know what he heard. I don't know what I'm overthinking. I'm gonna probably just mulligan it. Here. What? Oh, fine. Alright. Fine. What is this? Storage room before the blackout. The killer. I'm just gonna mulligan it. Oh, I am. I know. I thought I was talking about a person. Man, just kill me. Get out of here. Freaking dorks. Nobody asked Monokuma. Nobody cares. Go away. Go away.
This is mine. We will never give up.
I'm mad. Stock 1. I wasn't looking at the pictures. I was also thinking a person, because like the irons are right there. Why would I think irons go here too? Doesn't make sense. Alright, well I know where the knife goes. Because Mr. Hamhand was, boop. Yeah, but the hint was saying it was. The hint sounded like it was referring to a person. Was he at the storage room before the blackout? That's a person. Like the irons are already here. Why would it be the irons? That doesn't make sense. What is that? Switched on? Oh, that's a Nikamaru holding it in. Switched on. Weapon hidden in Byakuya C the moment it got dark. At the office room. This isn't. Is that? Same scene as the office room and dining hall. I don't want to screw the hints. Byakuya C, killer obtained a light. Weapon hidden in. After exiting. Sure. But don't give me the... Don't cheat. Weapon hidden in. Killer obtained a light. Page 5, switch on. How does that fit? Oh, I guess that's a stove being lit? There's a lot to take in. It's not that. Borrowing the tablecloth, set at 11:30. Where's the... Oh, I can just skip like that. Okay, cool. I can just stop right now. Man, what's wrong with you people? I'm sure it is. Borrowing the tablecloth. That would not be there. Right here. Stock 3. Where's the... No. That's I heard it. There was a... No, it's not that one. It's that one. Okay. Closing the fire door. Well, that should be this way. There you go. The night vision goggles. Oh, that one just goes over here. That's a fake. That's the irons. You skip the pages faster.
Here's everything that happened.
I can't feel good about that.
Let's try going over the whole incident.
You people suck.
Starting with right after the party started. Byakuya had us gather in the
I just want to watch Teru die.
He was extra cautious about a murder occurring that night because of a threatening letter he received. Therefore, he decided to throw a party so he could monitor.
He did his best.
Though one person didn't come, the rest of us assembled at the dining hall, and the party was underway. But at that time, the trap set by a certain someone was already in motion.
Hopefully, the sound is down enough to not
They plugged 3 irons into the
ruin things.
Room, which nearly kept the power.
You're painful.
Additionally, they prepared something else that would activate at 11:30 p.m. The air conditioners in the office and dining hall. They had already set the timers for these. Thanks to the irons maxing out the power usage, the breaker was tripped when the air conditioners kicked on. Since the windows in the old building were covered, the blackout plunged the dining hall into total darkness. But when that happened, Byakuya took out a specific item that he brought in his case.
Aren't you dancing? Everybody be dancing.
That item was the night vision goggles. Byakuya was so concerned about a murder occurring that he brought a variety of security
Oh, he
equipment.
sure did.
When he put on his night vision goggles, Byakuya witnessed a certain someone making a suspicious move. He saw Nagito guiding himself with the desk lamp's power cord so he could get under the table. That's right, everything up to that point was all part of Nagito's plan. The murder warning to Byakuya, the source of the
music's
blackout,
great.
was all Nagito.
I just hope that they don't
While
get
the blackout
mad.
was happening, someone else, the real killer, began making their move.
I only fear.
The killer probably already knew about Nagito's plan, so they knew a blackout was coming. That's why the killer prepared all the items they would need to commit their crime in the dark beforehand.
Whoosh.
They needed a light source, which was provided by the portable stove in the kitchen. They needed a weapon, too. This had also been hidden in the kitchen beforehand.
I love that. Hiding the skewer in the meat, because it looks like a bone.
The long iron skewer used in the churrasco dish. The killer hid that inside that meat with the bone in it. With the weapon
Forgot it
and
was called
portable stove
churrasco.
in hand, the killer stepped out into the hallway. First, they closed the fire door in the hallway so their light source wouldn't peek toward the dining hall. Then, guided by the light, the killer headed toward the storage room and grabbed a specific item. That's right, a tablecloth to block the blood splatter. With this, the killer finished their preparations and snuck under the floorboards through the secret passage. They probably turned off the portable...
He's not even that tall.
...or left it near the entrance of the door. The floor in the
Or
dining
skinny.
hall is full of gaps, so there's no way they could have safely held a light source. But thanks to the glowing mark they painted earlier, the killer was able to get beneath the table. Under the table, Byakuya found the knife that had been hidden there. If only he had retreated, he probably wouldn't have gotten killed, but he had to retrieve that knife. And at
Yeah.
that moment, the killer lurking beneath the floorboard stabbed straight up with the iron skewer. The killer had been waiting in the dark for the moment when the glowing paint began to move. After they murdered Byakuya, the killer purposefully shouted from beneath the floorboards to make it seem like they were still in the dining hall. Afterward, they came out from underneath the floorboards and rushed back to the kitchen.
I'd love to see you tackle
And
this,
then, after
because you
hiding the
couldn't.
murder weapon in the kitchen, they rejoined
You're
the
worse
group as
than
if
me.
nothing had happened. There's only one person who would have been able to commit this crime. especially if that person is someone who'd think of an unexpected way to hide a weapon inside food. Isn't that right, Teru Teru Hanamura?
Look at him screaming. Could.
That's what happened. How about it? Did I get anything wrong?
Yeah, that's not how I did it. I mean...
It's a mistake. A mistake, I tell you. I would never kill anyone. Would never.
Well, now I feel bad.
It seems.
Now I just feel bad. Why did you do it? Is it because Byakuya sucks? Because if that's the case, then I feel like we should let him go. Look at all that. I got it perfect. Look at that. Look how perfect I got that. Not a single failure.
It looks like your argument has come to a close. Oops. I lost control of my wild side for a second. Was that a side effect of the meat I just
Interesting.
ate? Well,
You also
putting
lost your
that
accent.
aside, let's move along to the nerve-wracking voting
Good.
time.
Whenever it gets to the next save screen, I'll stop. Which is probably
Now
after the
then,
execution.
please pull the lever in front of you and cast your
I didn't get a
vote.
B though, it was an S rank. Didn't you see it? Man, you're not paying attention.
Oh, just a reminder, make triple sure you vote for someone. If you don't vote, I'm gonna eat you up just like that meat from
I want to test that theory.
Why did this happen?
Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Such heart-pounding excitement!
Voting time! Poor Teru. Alright. See how this ends up. Class trial end.
Correct.
That's right. This time, the blackened responsible for killing Byakuya Togami is Teru Teru Hanamura. You serious? Out of all these people, are you saying... I don't know what that is. Like him is the one who killed Byakuya? Why? Why did you kill him? It was a mistake. I'm telling you, it was just a mistake. I was aiming for... I was only trying to save you guys. I was only trying to stop Nagato from murdering one of you. Trying to stop? What do you mean? I spent all morning in the old building preparing the dishes for the party, and then I heard a weird laughter near the dining hall, and when I peeked over there... Oh no, was it a mistake? I saw him. I saw Nagato in the middle of cleaning duty, putting the knife under the table. I don't know if it is or not. I feel like it's not, but I don't risk that. I had a bad feeling about it, so I continued to watch what he was doing. Saw him place the irons he brought in the storage room and mess with the air conditioner timers. Plus he was grinning, just grinning by himself the whole time. So I questioned him.
When that happened, he... You caught
Oh, I've been caught.
What?
What are you doing? What are you scheming? I'm planning to kill someone, of course. Teru, just to let you know, it's pointless of you to stop me. If you stop me now, it doesn't matter. I'll never give up. Whether it's tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or days beyond that, I'll definitely start the killing. No matter how much you want to leave this island, that's just... I see, so that's what you think. But that's not all. This isn't about my survival. I just want the killing to start. What? I love everyone here, that's why I want to be of good use to them. Of all of the ultimates, and I admire them for being symbols of hope. That's right, in the name of hope, I love everyone's talents from the bottom of my heart. That's why I don't want them to lose against something like killing. I want them to prove to me that hope will never lose, no matter how daunting the despair they face may seem. I want everyone to prove to me that hope will never lose to despair.
No.
What are you saying? I don't understand at all. Been hit with an ad for no reason? Yeah, I haven't done anything. I mean, I should. Isn't it typical that if you face a strong enemy, you'll become even stronger yourself? Which means the stronger the despair you face, the stronger everyone's hope will become, right? I want to see that brightness. And in order to see it, I'm going to become everybody's stepping stone. I want to make your hopes shine. It's as simple as that. What was the ad? That's right, I yearn for a powerful hope that can overcome any kind of despair. Don't tell me you're actually serious. You don't get it, that's fine, I don't really mind. I'm just an obsessed fanboy, so it's alright that this love of mine is unrequited. I suppose I can be called the ultimate fanatic. There's something wrong with you. Do you think so? Do you really think there's something wrong with me? Isn't that what love is? Nagito, what is wrong with you? Explain to me, I don't understand anything about the story. You see, if you have a favorite boxer, don't you want him to fight against a strong opponent and win?
Don't fuck with me!
Amazon dog toys? Probably Mary's fault. Am I wrong? It's given that trials are necessary to become strong, and the harsher the trial, the stronger you become. No. For mere humans, killings are simply a tragedy, but for worthy humans, a trial such as this can elevate their status to an even higher level. It's amazing to me that someone as untalented as myself could become that trial. There's no point in someone like me surviving. It's far more significant for me to die as everyone's trial. There's no greater honor than becoming the foundation of so that your values may ascend to brave new heights.
What's going on?
You're really making me mad. I don't get it. Are you saying you basically wanted to commit murder for fun? It's not the same as killing for fun. But I guess it looked the same in your eyes. I have no intention of surviving and leaving you all to die. Is that why you didn't mind when Teru discovered your plan? Or perhaps that was intentional too. Nagito wanted to involve us in the killing, plus it'd be better for him if the mystery was more complex. Is that why you blatantly revealed your plan to Teru? You expected to pique his curiosity, and you looked forward to the mystery becoming more complex. Basically right, it's true I was looking forward to that. That's why I took the time to tell him about the secret passage I found while I was cleaning. Those you're doing as well? I just casually mentioned it. Oh, it's dangerous if you fall, so don't get too close to it. Wow. He's really crazy. That's why I tried to stop him, you know. Why did you kill Byakuya instead? I don't know. Nagito was the one who was supposed to take that knife. That's why I aimed and thrust the iron skewer there. Why is Byakuya the one who died? It was supposed to be Nagito, not him. He probably tried to stop Nagito from grabbing the knife. Then in place of Nagito. I don't think that's it.
Perhaps.
He was probably trying to protect Nagito?
What?
See?
Byakuya said so, didn't he? As long as I'm in the leader, I won't let anyone become a victim.
I will guide you all.
In order to keep that promise. As long as he's wearing night vision goggles, I'm sure he saw someone moving under the floorboards. That someone was aiming for Nagito.
Why?
So he gave his life to protect him, even though he was trying to take the knife. He's amazing. To keep his promise to protect everyone, he actually threw his own life away. And yet I never expected an ending like this. Such despair. We shouldn't let him die in vain. I'm sure everyone will become even stronger by overcoming this. Despair? Could it be you knew Byakuya would protect you, so you set him up to fail? Of course not. I'm not that good at calculating. I just took some precautionary measures. The results of that were going to be my fun for later. Just kidding. But I never expected it would turn out like this. I never thought I'd be the one to survive. Since it was my life that had been saved, I didn't want to just waste it. So that's why I decided to help him. Because he decided to commit this crime because he also had strong hope, right? Which means his actions were motivated by hope. If he was willing to go that far, I thought he might truly be the person whose existence I was waiting for. I thought he might be the hope that could defeat any type of despair. So what's up with Junko's brother here? In order for me to confirm it, I decided to help Teru. What do you mean confirmed? Just stop it already.
Well,
I couldn't really help myself when I also empathized with him. After all, he wanted to kill me, but he ended up killing Byakuya instead. If I let him in that confused state, this trial might have been ruined. But in order for our hope to grow, this trial was absolutely necessary. So I decided to help him. I told him I don't care if I die, so you should just focus on escaping this island.
Right?
My exact words to him before the investigations. Isn't that right? In the end, my help just wasn't enough, and this turned out to be a bad ending for Teru. But you should be proud of yourself. You will not die in vain.
Great.
You'll become a splendid sacrifice for everyone else, so their hopes can grow even more powerful.
Impossible!
Poor dude.
Shut up! Shut up!
Stop it already. I'm gonna go crazy just listening to you.
Hey,
Is it really okay for us to just leave this crazy guy alone like this? Isn't it better if we just kill him off? He said. High school students are so violent these days. But the person who's gonna get killed now isn't Nagato. It's Teru. You didn't forget, right? Because I already told you at the beginning. If the Black Killer loses, a fun punishment awaits them.
Wait.
That was, how should I put it, an accident. An act of self-defense. Not intentional. I feel it's possible it's not my fault. Doesn't matter if it's an accident, self-defense, or intentional. A murder is still a murder. If you kill someone, that's murder. Isn't it anything like sympathy judgments, extenuating circumstances, or maybe even probation? I don't accept any of those claims.
That's...
Save you guys, I was only trying to stop Nagato. After learning about Nagato's plan, you saw an opportunity, right? Probably thought nobody would find out if you killed him after messing up his plan. That's what you thought, right?
Wrong!
There's no way a person who has no malice would kill someone like that. In truth, you were just desperate to kill Nagato, and willing to sacrifice everybody else to survive, right? Just be honest already, at least in the end. Poor dude.
That is...
If only you didn't try to kill Nagato, Byakuya would still be alive. Why did you try to commit murder? Answer me. Well, he might not be alive. Answer me, Teru. I just wanted to go home.
I needed to go back home no matter what!
Because she's waiting for me? Mama's waiting for me at home. She's waiting all by herself for the day I graduate. Oops. Did I hit something? She's waiting all by herself for the day I graduate. Hopes P can come home.
Okay, I'm going now.
Huh.
When I come back, I think we should talk again about opening an Aoyama and Azabu location.
Oh my, you're still talking about that?
Oh, I'm serious. The Academy guarantees success for its graduates.
Oh no.
So, I know it's gonna be difficult by yourself, but wait for me until then, okay?
Uh-oh.
Yes, you're right. Then I'll just have to do my best to keep the Hanamura Diner from going out of business until then.
Mom, you don't have to work so hard. What if you collapse again while I'm gone?
I'll be fine. Moms are strong. I won't lose to some illness.
I know that already.
I know that already.
That is very sad. She'll be fine. I promised her to become a full-fledged cook and save the diner. She's waiting for me to keep that promise. Even though she's sick and alone, she's still waiting for me.
That's why I need
Unless there was
home.
another time skip. If we were told our memories were stolen and that several years have passed since our first day, what happened to the diner? What happened to her who's still waiting for me? You did believe what he said.
Damn it!
You were saying all along it's okay, I'll never believe something like this. So why? I still don't believe it. Stole that from Pokemon. There's no way I can believe it. It has to be a lie.
That's why I wanted to go home!
I wanted to go home and confirm it. I wanted to make sure it was all just a lie. Make sure that I have a place to call home. He don't believe it. It's not that he didn't believe it. He believed it more than anybody else here. That's why he kept denying it, because he believed it. He needed to deny it. If I only knew how he felt, something like this never would have happened. I wanted to confirm by any means necessary I had to do something. That's when I heard his plan. Thought I was going to kill someone if I left him alone. Another dog egg? Gross. You wanted the first kill.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't mean I wanted to sacrifice any of you, but it was the only thing I could do. Ended up killing Byakuya instead of Nagito.
I think I'm the one who went crazy.
Interesting. But, as far as motives are to kill are concerned, wanting to see your mom's boring.
So...
Seems there's no point in basking in the afterglow, so let's hurry up and begin the punishment.
You can't!
Jeez, get out of my way!
Well, there she goes.
Well now.
Now that the annoying little sister's been dealt with, well, let's get back to business. To defeat Dawn.
Wait.
Not asking for forgiveness anymore, but at least...
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment!
Terra, the ultimate cook. Call me chef. Wait, no. Not the time.
Please!
What happened to the diner?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Lies!
He doesn't even get to know. Oh man. Now I feel bad. Alright, Teru. Hey, what's this song? What's this music? Should I be worried? This is really good music that is being sung and possibly copywritten. Not entirely sure. I'm getting shot with missiles. What? Nah? What do you mean, nah? Is... Oh no. Oh no! He got battered up? Deep fried? I didn't read the execution name. No. I missed it. As I looked away for a second. Oh no. Man. Similar to Leon's, where it was themed. The adrenaline's rushing through me.
Damn it!
How cruel.
What did it say? Just deep fried Teru? I'm glad I didn't read the name because it was a little more full of life. Why'd you do something so cruel? Didn't you learn when you were in elementary school if you badmouth someone, the teacher writes in a note and makes whoever you badmouthed read it to you in front of the class? That's not a thing. When that happens, only then do you think about how it feels to be badmouthed. The same applies to murder. You're the one who drove him to do it. This is too cruel. It can't be helped. Rules and rules, and this is the killing rule after all. You're the one who's breaking the rules. You can't just let this slide. What do you mean? When you mentioned the motive, didn't you also promise something? You guys have to kill each other. It's my bargaining point. I want your school memories returned to you. Why didn't you tell Teru about his mom or diner? He had a right to know. Yeah, us too. We all have a right to know. Hurry up and tell us. What did you mean earlier when you mentioned our school memories? I did promise to return your memories after the killing began. You could do it, but telling them is kind of... I never told you guys I'd tell you right away.
What?
Man. I'll keep my promise to return your memories someday. Still not clear when that is. Nice. I must excuse myself as well. There's something I need to do.
Huh?
That's her leaving noise? That's not fair. They both ran away.
Then...
He had us wrapped around his finger after all. Harold, you stupid.
Such despair.
An ending like this is just full of despair. Seriously tragic despair. But still, at times like this, never. As the symbols of hope, you guys need to keep doing your best. Why are you smiling? How can you smile in a situation like this, you creep?
Nope.
I'm sad too, you know. Didn't I tell you? From the bottom of my heart, I truly love you all. You ultimates who inspire hope and your splendid talents. There's no way I can be happy when we've lost such a talented individual. Don't go saying creepy stuff. I'll kill you. Please, kill me anytime.
What?
If you hate me, I don't mind you killing me. I've already prepared myself to become your stepping stone. So he's not gonna die. If absolute hope can be born from that, then my life is nothing special. How messed up are you? If you're gonna kill me, make sure you discuss it with me beforehand. Okay? You see, if you do that, then I can cooperate with the killer. You seriously intending to help the killer? It's really not that big of a deal. If your students of hope speak, if you're the symbols of hope who possess the chosen talents, then it shouldn't matter to you guys at all if I cooperate with the killer, right? Declaring so confidently that you'll side with the killer. Maybe this was his plan all along. Since he's willing to work with the killer, he wants to think it's better for us not to kill him. I don't mind what you think of me. Actually, thanks to Byakuya, I'm starting to feel a small desire to live. I just want to watch everyone destroy all the despair that comes for you, one after the other. I'm just kidding. Can I punch you? I just want to be satisfied. I just won't be satisfied till I punch you. Let's stop this already. It's just going to be a waste of time if we keep dealing with him.
What?
Even Hajime hates me now? Well, that stings. I felt you and I were quite similar. You hold a special feeling towards Hope Peak, just like me. Don't put me in the same category as you.
Hey.
How can you say you're not? Monokuma said it himself. We don't know anything about each other's true nature. If it's true that our school memories were stolen, it's the same as not knowing our true selves too. Especially for you, right? Someone who can't remember what his talent is. Akane, please feel free to punch him. Look at her go, Super Saiyan.
Wait!
Please stop this at once. Nothing will come from fighting like this. There's something else that we must do. Leave this rock.
Please
Must not argue with each other in a place like this. There's something more important that we must do.
Let me
do our best.
Well,
we must first leave here and get some rest, and then we shall all work together and do our best. Do our best so we never have to come back here again. Sonia, please, I want to save. I'd have to go to the bathroom. That is what I believe we must do right now. I am having what we might want to call a moment. If only I was a better motivational speaker. A Paco moment, if you will. That really touched my heart. You're totally right. What we need to do right now is do our best. If we do our best, it's definitely going to pay off, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Like...
But what do we have to work hard at? I do not know, but we must do our best. I don't get you at all. You're some kind of moron. Yes.
Well?
It's fine if you don't know. What matters is that you hold on to the feeling that you have to do your best. Let's do our best. Let's make sure a killing like that never happens again.
But...
Doing our best is our only option. There's no way I'm doing what Nagato said. I don't know what you're all talking about, but let's do our best for now.
Fine.
Even if we're not able to change the future, I guess I should at least change my tomorrow. I won't give up until the very end. I won't die in vain. I'll give my entire existence, my entire power, my entire body and soul, and fight to the very end. Let's definitely work together and leave this island. Do our best. We kept using that phrase over and over, even though we knew that they were just cheap, meaningless, empty words. Regardless, we still said it, and we continued to say it over and over again without stopping. Thus the curtain had fallen upon the class trial where Byakuya and Teruteru were sacrificed. Afterwards, we left the grounds and returned to the mainlands of Jabberwock. For the time being, we decided to go back to our cottage. After experiencing something like that, there's no way I could fall asleep. I gave up, got out of bed, and began walking around the hotel grounds for no real reason. Not doing much of anything. I dully looked up at the sky. There, just like before, there it was, the night sky brimming with stars. Stars that looked like they were about to fall into my hands like fluttering snow. As I looked up at such a beautiful night sky, I can go anywhere. That thought crossed my mind for some reason. The sky is connected to anywhere, even to my daily life. That's why I might be able to go home. I'm definitely gonna go home. That's when it happened. As I stared up at the night sky, I felt strange convergence of sensation. While I continued to stare at the night sky, I felt my music stopped. The entire body stiffened with that sensation. Isn't this...
Is someone watching me?
What? The bomb thing is happening. Huh? Is that just gonna keep transforming? Destination despair. We are down to 14. Man. Danganronpa. It was a good time. Lots of new mechanics. 3-star badge. Dead Man's Party. Man. A wooden stick? Why? Alright. We'll save there.
For a long time, humans have been taught that if you try hard enough, you can accomplish anything.
We'll continue on this screen when I come back next week. I mean, I want to be able to have the ability to free roam, but like I feel like I should wait, especially since I'm at 4.5 hours. Should I keep going a little bit more, do you think? Till I get to free roam? I did say when I get to the save. Chapter 2. 2! That's a pretty wild ride. Especially the execution. I think that was, like, a lot more top-notch than any of the ones in 1. Really. Mondo Butter. Shout out to Mondo Butter. Nah, I'll stop here. Alright. Can I, like... Just in case. I just wanted to see. It should be fine. Alright. So, with that, Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and join me next time. I'm gonna have my pick a moment. I don't know. Maybe I got a laxative. It's not a good time. Man, I feel so stupid about the comic. Alright, have a good night, everybody. Adios.